Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots held their first practice of training camp yesterday behind Gillette Stadium, and there were no surprise absences. The 5 players that were placed on PUP or the non-football injury list: Cole Strange, Jake Andrews, Kendrick Bourne, Sione Takitaki, and Antonio Gibson were the only 5 players missing. Gerard Mayo told the media Gibson should be ready relatively soon as well. Matthew Judon, despite wanting a new contract, was out there and did practice.
You kind of look at everybody around the league and in the building, and you see them getting deals done and worked out, and it's tough to not be jealous or envious or something like that.
Jacoby Brissett took the first reps at quarterback. He was followed by rookie Drake May. Wide receiver Pop Douglas appeared to take some time out of team drills at one point. The team will be back outside at 11 a.m. this morning. Red Sox got run over by Colorado yesterday, 20-7 at Coors Field to give the Rockies 2 wins in 3 games in this series. Nick Pivetta didn't have it. He allowed 9 runs in 2 2/3 innings of work. Dominic Smith actually had to pitch the 8th inning. Today's a day off. Sox play the Yankees at Fenway tomorrow. The team also announced a new 3-year contract extension from manager Alex Cora. It's reportedly worth a little over $21 million. And the opening ceremonies for the Summer Olympics are tomorrow in Paris. Yesterday, the U.S. men's soccer team began play in France with a 3-0 loss to the home country. The women will play Zambia this afternoon. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the commuter rail. Heading to the Lowell Folk Festival. Enjoy extra service from Lowell Station, including a late train at 12:45 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Get tickets with the M-Ticket app. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
Let's talk turkey, shall we?
Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, in the sports industry, that's what you say.
Got your talking head right here, buddy.
98.5, the Sports Hub.
Fred, hello. 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 Mm-hmm. Hello. Hello. Hello.
He's naked. He has a sword.
Open him up with a football.
98.5, the Hub.
Bruins are back from the West Coast.
Cocaine and hookers. Yes. Na.
Is it okay to use this for the radio?
Yeah. Welcome to the show, you sweet bitch.
The bad people come, they end up taking her, and a lot of people are going, ooh, oh.
Morning, everybody. As Fred Toucher would say if he were here, he is not here. It's Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Welcome into the YouTube channel. Watch Toucher and Hardy every morning on YouTube. Search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube and subscribe. Keep up to date with all the best moments from Boston's Home for Sports. Michael Holley in this morning. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning. Good morning. You know what you're supposed to say, Hardy? You're supposed to say,
And smash that subscribe button. Go ahead and smash that if you like it.
So you get asked
Go ahead
to
and give it a smash.
You get asked to subscribe before and after, every video that you watch.
Right.
And we've talked about this before, there is a certain template for making these videos, especially the instructional videos, where they start to draw you in. I'm gonna teach you how to play lead guitar, not in 10 years. I'm going to teach you in 5 minutes. I'm going to give you the basics of soloing. And if you have just a basic understanding of, how to play, open chords on a guitar, and if you have a basic understanding of, say, bar chords, I can teach you how to solo, and it's going to be great. But first, I just want to tell you to subscribe to them. Like, okay, great.
Well,
now
I'm that sucker, though.
Once I tell you
5 minutes, if I can learn it in 5 minutes, sign me up.
Now, once I tell you how to do this, you're going to say, I can't believe it only took 5 minutes. I've been trying all these years. I'm like, great. I've sat and watched these videos for 15 or 20 minutes sometimes, and of course, they never tell you. And I don't know what the end game is other than to get you
pull
to
you along, right?
Well, to get you to subscribe and to pay money at some point. But after, I've done it 1 or 2 times and sat and watched for 15 minutes waiting for it because it's something I really wanted to know or something I really wanted to learn. At that point, I'm so pissed off. I don't care if they had the cure for everything on that channel. I'm not giving you a dime. I won't do it. I can't do it. It's principle.
All right. My question is, and not that this happens to you a lot, Hardy, because you are very handy around the house, but has there been a how-to video to fix something in your house?
No, let me tell you, those men and women, generally of the plains, Midwest,
Yes.
sometimes the high plains.
The high plains.
Every once in a while, southern states, they, as somebody told me once about the best pornography, they get to the ing right away.
Really?
There's no messing around, okay?
Write that down, Holly.
You got a clogged fuel filter on your Toro Time Master walk behind?
How do you spell ing?
Let's get to it.
Wide array of things you can fit into that.
Those DIY YouTubers, they know how to get to the lovin'. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And they get right to it.
I get it.
There's your fuel filter right there on your Toro Time Master walk behind twin blade. So here's what you need to do.
That's a mower, I
Works
think.
so.
You
That's a
have
mower.
Those things you can really on YouTube. You can learn to fix anything.
What
Believe me,
what
I
is
am
the-
not handy at all.
What is the best thing you have learned or taught yourself or DIY'd after watching a YouTube video? And yes, the only reason why I'm asking is because I have my answer. But go ahead, please tell me.
Go ahead.
Well, what have I learned? I mean,
Yeah.
you have to understand. I can't do anything.
Sure you can.
I can't, but my wife can.
Okay.
And so, one of my favorite stories from her is that I was going to, one day I went to the dryer. This is a dryer. Said, oh, man, dryer's not working. So my thought is, we got to buy a new dryer. This is just the first thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Dryer doesn't work. She said, oh, no. No. Let me go here. She goes in and she hears this sound. He said, I think this sounds familiar. She goes to YouTube, and she hears that the sound is something like the barrel, that there's like a little strap on the barrel. It's like $15.
Mm-hmm.
So probably a belt of.
It was a belt. That's right.
belt.
Yeah, like some little belt.
Okay.
It's like $15 or $20. She said, okay, the belt is mangled. So she goes in. She takes the kind of cylinder out of the dryer. She does this. She does it. I don't.
Right.
I'm just standing. She said, hold this. So I'm standing like holding this cylinder.
Yeah.
And he said, oh yeah, they're right. We need to get this. We need to get this little band, whatever it was.
Right.
Yes.
And she figured it out with the help of YouTube. She got YouTube for the sound. If it sounds like this, it's probably that.
Wow.
So she went in and she fixed it.
See,
Same dryer. We still got the same dryer.
That's
It's like
hand.
It's like 8 years ago.
You know what she is? She's handy.
Oh, she is.
I like that.
She is that. She's great.
My wife is much more handy around the house than I am, too, but fixing a toilet seat is the answer.
Ooh.
Fixing a toilet seat, I had no idea how to do it, and then you look up YouTube, this is what you buy, here are the things, and it turns out it's the easiest thing in the world, but I thought it was complicated going in. YouTube solved that problem for me.
What can break on a toilet seat? The hinge?
Yeah, the hinge came off. It was an old toilet. It's like 15 years old.
Sometimes they just kind of snap back on, don't they?
No, but if somehow the moisture in the room got to it. I don't know. It was beyond repair.
The urine.
It could have been.
Moist environment.
The moisture.
Dan O'Brien did I think 2 episodes of a podcast called the
Tool Bags.
The Tool Bags, right? How many episodes you do, Dan?
Me and Maz, we did it for over a year. Hardy, thanks
okay.
for.
No, you didn't. How many episodes?
How many episodes? One a week,
Holy
You did
crap.
50 episodes of that?
at least.
Okay,
At least
so the
50 episodes.
The one which will live in infamy was the tool bag episode where they showed you how to install a divider in between 2 urinals.
So
in a public bathroom.
That's something that happens on every homeowner's. Like, I've got these 2 urinals, Michael, and
They're
what
both stand-ups.
What I don't like is peeing next to my son and having this no privacy.
It's a father-son moment we
Right.
just don't need.
Yeah.
How can I install my own divider in between the 2 urinals?
We got to keep us from crossing the streams. It's very important we have
That
this
was
divider.
suggested to me by Maz because, Michael, in the old building when we were in Dorchester, the urinals did not have a divider in the bathroom. It upset him to no end to have to walk in and perhaps encounter another employee.
What are you
in the
afraid of,
restaurant.
Tony?
Exactly.
Yeah.
What are you afraid of?
So, on his own dime, he went out and bought a divider online.
You can buy anything online.
Had it delivered to the radio station, and him and I did a how-to video on how to install it.
That's a good point. You don't go into Home Depot and ask for that.
Yo.
You got to order that one online.
It's like you couldn't expense that. You couldn't get.
He
like, go,
ended up expensing.
Yeah, go to
that, yes.
management.
God
Like,
bless
you
you,
know what we
that's great.
really need? What would make us a better station? We need some dividers in here. Yeah. And I'm willing to just offer my own services. But if you will just pay, how much did it cost? I don't even know.
$300. It was about $300.
$300.
God.
Yeah. Oh no, but then we had to shut the bathroom down because we had a video crew have to go into the restroom. Of course, Zoe's in the stall looking over the top of the divider.
Sure he is.
Yeah, we had to. It became a whole scene.
Yeah, and Zoe told me he goes up if there are three urinals and there's an open one, he'll make the person uncomfortable.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Go in the
He'll
middle.
go right next to you.
There's a lot of that around here because
How you doing, bud?
Yeah, we have a
That's Fred's move when I'm in
What's
there.
going on?
He does that all the time.
We have a 3 urinal setup in here, and there people you wouldn't necessarily expect. There's one guy here, one of the office workers, let's call him. Let's say his initials are John Corey. Let's say,
just for instance,
nicest, mild-mannered guy, right? I walked in there once, and he was using the middle urinal. I'm like, all right, I see you, big dog. I see you marking your territory in here. Who walks into an empty bathroom and says, I'm taking the middle one. That way, if anyone comes in here, they're going to know who's boss.
Well, you could do that. Or you can see that situation and say, I'm just going to go to a stall here.
Oh, that's a sociopath.
Yeah.
You go into a stall and close the door to urinate?
That's not right.
Well, who said close the door?
Okay.
Okay. Now, see, then it's a competition. Then it's, okay, you want the middle stall. I'm standing up over here, but I'm leaving the door open, so I'm in clear view.
The only way to combat that, if somebody has taken the middle urinal when you walk in, is you walk, either to the left or right of them, stand right next to them, and then you drop your pants entirely.
Okay.
To urinate. You drop them right down to the ankles.
That's the little kid move right after they just learned they're not going to the potty anymore, and now they just go to the urinal and they just drop them.
Yes,
that's right.
You have to, and that's where the fathering moment comes in. Saying, okay, son, you don't need to do that now. Okay, this is the situation we have here. You just need to get the equipment out and just hit the target. You don't have to. Your pants don't have to come down. But okay? Please, let's not do that.
Okay, but I have a son also, and the foils of teaching them about the zipper and just using, does anybody use the compartment in the underwear? I mean, that's a fool's errand. You just don't open that flap, do you?
But in modern,
maybe in boxers.
I was going to say,
if you've got a really flappy pair of boxers, you can get away with that. But things have to be undone and pulled down a little bit in order to do it properly, I find.
Yeah, I'm trying to think though. The modern boxer brief may not. Some of them don't have the flap.
No, yeah, right. And with the little kids, they don't have a waist or an ass. You loosen that waistband, the pants are falling. That's gravity. You can't do anything about that. On YouTube, 2 things. Number one, I wanted an outlet up higher on the wall for a TV I wanted to put up there, and there wasn't an outlet there. But there was an outlet right below where I wanted it.
This is complicated. Now you're actually putting the TV on the wall. See, I need YouTube for that. How to put it on the wall.
TV on the wall is child's play. They give you instructions in the box with the rack how to do that. Come on.
The instructions. You think the instructions anywhere? You think instructions are clear?
I see. Now this goes. I understand in probably contrast to what most DIYers do. I do read instructions.
No, I read them.
Okay, so I think
find them all that.
I think for the most part,
clear.
I think for the most part they're pretty clear.
A, B, C. So take step A, step B, step C. And then now you take this. You should have about 6 of these little screws.
Yeah.
Then you put this over here.
Great. I love it.
You have this rack over here. I'm like, no, but I don't.
Yeah.
I'm the guy who always loses one of the screws, too.
Exactly. My mind just doesn't work that way.
I know. Michael and I are the same.
You got to talk me through it. You got to talk me through it.
The wall-mounted TV isn't really much of an
Nothing,
issue.
huh?
The outlet I was nervous about, but what are you shaking your head at, Dan? What's the problem with the outlet?
Electricity is not a hobby.
Okay, it's not.
And it's not something you DIY on YouTube. So you'll find that out someday. But it's not a hobby.
Well, guess what, bright boy?
Dan, I hope he doesn't find that out.
Turns out it is, I did. And
boy!
And I put that. I already had a little.
There's stuff in the wall going on there. You haven't. It'll come to light at some point when there's smoke coming out of the outlet.
The only hiccup was when I got that drywall saw going, because you have to cut out.
You have to punch a hole.
Well, no, you have to cut out the old outlet box to disconnect
Wait
it,
a
right?
minute.
Because you got to tie into the old outlet.
So you are handy. If you're doing this kind of stuff, you are.
Yeah, no, this is well gone over. Yeah, he's
just enough to be dangerous, I think, to Dan's point. But the problem was I got a little too aggressive with that drywall saw. Right through the other side of the wall. Now there's a tiny little hole in the hallway on the other side of that bedroom that I'd never bothered to patch. I'm like, you know what? We got a bench there. It's fine.
So
not great with the patchwork.
So let me just. I just want to. I'm not counting dollars for you, Hardy. How long you been doing radio?
30.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Over 30 years.
A long time.
Yeah.
So I think you could at some point say, you know what, we're going to bring in a professional. I don't need to do this.
No, but you're missing the point, Michael. Even if he brings in a professional, he's like Heathcliff Huxtable out in the hallway. He's standing and watching. He's got his saw ready in case he's asked to come in and help. That's Hardy.
Is that the? Are you the guy who's at the Dr. Rick commercials? Like, okay, you don't need to stand there. You don't need to.
No, but that's him. He'll be standing there.
Hey, what are you doing there? What kind of tools you using there?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
But I got a better one. This one that we can all relate to. You got a piece of electronics, anything. Could be a dishwasher. Could be, in this case, it was a little amp receiver for, the sound system there.
Yeah.
And it just, I think it was, I don't know if it was a power surge or just something. And I probably didn't have the right surge protector hooked up to it. Just dead. Done. Whatever. I'm like, what? There was no smoke or anything. It wouldn't power back up. And this happens a lot with dishwashers, anything with a control panel. It just, what do? You go on YouTube, right? Just find the name of the thing.
That's it.
And I'm telling you, anything made in the last 10 years has a secret reset code. And you think, this is ridiculous. There's no way this is going to work. And I was ready to take this thing back in. I'd even called the place where I got it. And they're like, man, that's something that's going to have to go back to the factory, and you might have to replace it. It's like a $700 unit.
Did you sign up for the warranty?
Oh, yeah, right? YouTube. The guy says, all right, you got yourself a Pioneer Elite, home theater, blah, blah, blah. Here's what you do. Hold the power for 5 seconds. Then you go to source and hold that. While you're holding those two buttons, tap input 3 times, but whatever. Boom, the thing powers right back up.
Let me tell you what.
It's in no manual. It's in no anything. You got YouTube.
It's not, you're right. Anything you want is on YouTube. But these people, the people who do it, these are essential, these are brilliant Americans.
And they're giving it away.
They think what they're doing, the service that they provide, the dollars that they've saved you. Like the folks whose minds work that way.
No.
It's amazing to me. Like my brother is like that. Growing up, so I would ride the bike. I just riding.
Yeah.
Hey, here's the bike.
Yeah.
I'll ride the bike. My brother and his best friend, they'd ride the bike and they say, you know what? Let's take it apart and put it back together.
Yeah.
They would do just because they could. So they'd get bikes.
Was it boredom, or did they actually have?
Or they would switch around, so they'd find like a frame of an old bike. And they say, we could soup this thing up.
But that was like the bike riding culture we grew up in. And me and my friends, we all carried around a 9/16 wrench in our back pocket in case you needed to tighten up, your back axle or anything, or you just needed a quick adjustment on the fly.
And you know what?
When we were kids, 10 years old.
And part of the bike riding culture from that time, it's not only, taking bikes apart and putting them back together. Can you imagine? Think about places you went on your bike when you were 10 or 11 years old. Now think about your own kids. You're like, you would never.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, oh, my God. Yeah, you can go 2 blocks away. But when we were kids, I mean, my mother didn't know where I was.
Ever.
I'd be 4 miles away,
miles
5
away
miles
to go
away.
to some like crappy pond with like this beach and stuff. And we're riding like on main roads, There's no sidewalks.
Seriously.
And we would just go for the day.
So
Gone.
we're the problem because we become soft parents.
we
We're
are.
like these beyond helicopter parents.
But it's one of those things where your parents, just to cover their own ass and give their own peace of mind. Now, you're going to stay in the neighborhood, right? And you'd say yes. And then,
sure.
And then you disappear
gone.
for 2 hours and you'd be like 5 miles away.
And if anything, we could do it now because we can track them. We can see where they are if need be. But, well. I am not handy compared to the truly handy people. And believe me, I could spend the rest of the hour talking about a certain neighbor of mine who he goes to the dump like other people go to Target. He goes there to shop and to see what has been left behind. And the things he finds and brings back and repurposes would blow your mind. And I think his wife is absolutely horrified at the fact that, they've got like a house full of stuff that was someone else's trash, but I'm like, I'd be thrilled. It's awesome. It's great.
Reminds me of one of my favorite shows, Sanford and Son.
Favorite Sanford and Son
Fred
character
Sanford.
outside of Fred and Lamont?
Oh, that's
Aunt
easy.
Esther.
Oh,
Grady.
I liked it.
Oh, Grady. Grady's great.
I liked Rollo.
Oh, you like Rollo?
I thought Rollo was underutilized. I thought there was more to mine there with that
You
character.
didn't like Esther?
No, Grady's the winner.
Elizabeth's
I don't know why we're
sister?
having this conversation.
I don't know why. My sister fell for you, you old coot, Fred.
That's right. Yeah.
So much going on in this show today. Oh, my goodness. Mike Dussault from Patriots.com is going to join us later. The Patriots training camp, of course, opened up yesterday. A lot of Olympic stuff to get to, but we'll find out what happened last night with John Wallach next here on Toucher and Hardy.
last night.
Toucher and Hardy with no Fred today, but Michael Holly is here, and John Wallach is here, and he's going to tell us what happened last night. Aren't you, Mr. Wallach?
Let's start with Patriots training camp. As you both know, yesterday, day one of the Gerard Mayo era for the Patriots. They held their first training camp practice of the year in Foxborough, and Mayo and the team guys energized at the start of things.
It's an exciting day, at least for me personally. I know it's exciting for the guys in the locker room as well to get back on the field and play real football.
So he's really, really, really excited about being there on day one of camp. Really, really excited. It's an energy you haven't seen in a long time. There's no smacking and grunting. There's just a lot of excitement from Gerard Mayo as he takes over.
Wouldn't you be excited? You're taking over. You're the head coach of the team you played for. You are on a Super Bowl, like one Super Bowl winning team. I mean, he was on a really good team, but they only won one when he was there. And now you're taking over, and you're not even 40 years old? Come on, Wallach.
I wouldn't know anything about that, Mike.
Aren't you excited? Wouldn't you be excited if
very jacked and pumped?
You're
for him,
Gerard Mayo.
Okay,
here we go.
Allow me to be a little bit cynical here for a moment. And, I'd be excited, too. I'm excited for him. I think it's great. I wonder if some of that excitement was trying to counterbalance the reported lack of excitement from the people who actually attended the first day of camp yesterday. Because I heard this from none other than Paul Perillo of Patriots.com, who was on this station yesterday. He's saying, it was kind of dead down there. Like, it's obviously it's not the same. It hasn't been the same since Brady left. Definitely a different vibe now.
Four-win
Belichick
team.
Gone.
Yeah.
4-win team. It's
over
not
under 4.5.
the same.
Yeah.
If you experience that throughout a 90-minute practice as a head coach, this is post-practice sound. I'm guessing that we're hearing from
Yes,
Gerard.
that was post-practice.
Oh, post-practice.
You think maybe there's a little bit of I'm going to make up for the lack of energy that I sensed out there by creating some of my own here right now?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a fair point. If you're a fan, what would you, if you're looking at it, what would you be most excited about outside of the obvious? Hey, it's July in football. This is like, like Jim Harbaugh yesterday talking about it's like coming out of the womb. Did you hear
right.
that?
Yes, I did.
Oh, it's like being born.
But that's Jim Harbaugh. Man.
Oh, you remember that, huh? We all
Jim
remember
Harbaugh.
being born, don't we? But like,
well, there's a certain actor that remembers being born.
Terrence Howard remembers being in the womb.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Well, no, we'll get to that.
You don't have
right. Yeah, but okay, but other than that, if you're a Patriots fan, like what would just get you going about this season?
Man.
I mean, like, and I'm not saying nothing.
You know what would get me going?
What would be the one thing?
One thing that would really get me going about this season is these rookies stepping in, starting, and playing well. That's Jalen Polk, great year. That would get me going. Drake May taking over as a starting quarterback.
Okay, there it is.
And actually
there
remaining upright.
Okay,
that
so
would get me going.
That's really the only one. I mean, Pop Douglas, sure. But unless you're seeing some version of what this team is going to be for the next few years and getting excited about that, and we'll talk about the big moments from camp yesterday. One of them happened to be with Drake May. That's the only thing I think that could really get me excited right now. And I don't expect to see Drake May taking the field as a starting quarterback for some time.
And that's why they need somebody in charge of just can we get a showmanship department? Can we get a sales department in Foxborough? So that's the right answer. It's Drake May. If I'm a fan, we got the third pick in the draft. You won one game at home last year. It was miserable. They I can't remember how many touchdowns they scored at home. It wasn't many.
Less than 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so now I get the third pick in the draft. It's a quarterback, Drake May. And what did the Patriots tell you? He's probably not going to start. What?
Unless he shows up, and he does.
What?
So
and the one thing I want sell that better. they have done a terrible job of just saying, hey, you never know. He's exciting. He's got a big arm. We like him. I understand not trying to put a lot of pressure on him, but they've gone the other way. The one thing fans are going to be excited about, they've kind of depressed that.
Yeah, they've thrown enough water on it to make you think
Well,
that
he's got a long way to go.
Yeah, you're not.
Come on.
Gerard Mayo's just trying to be honest. He's trying to be forthcoming, something the guy he replaced never did. So, again, opposite. He's excited. He's forthcoming. The other guy, never excited, never forthcoming about anything, right?
Except I don't think he's being honest about Drake May.
What do you think?
What is he being dishonest about?
How is he lying?
He's their best quarterback by far, and he's going to be the starting quarterback for the Patriots. He's their best option.
Easy. We got 3.5
All
hours.
right,
you got to build
we'll
up
get
to
to
that.
this. We'll get
I'm
to
telling
this.
you, he's the best. He's
All
the
right,
best.
we'll get to this. Now, despite all of this positivity from Gerard Mayo, not everybody is happy down at Patriots training camp. Matthew Judon, another story. He wants a new contract after seeing a lot of players around him get more money, but give him credit. He was out there practicing and added he doesn't want to trade either.
It's tough, going into last year of the deal. You kind of look at everybody around the league and in the building, and you see them getting deals done and worked out. And it's tough to not be jealous or envious or something like that. But honestly, I got to focus on myself. I'm happy for those guys. And it's as much as everybody want to see, me stay around here for a long time. Do I want to be traded? Hell no. I love to stay here forever. That's not up to me.
All right. There have been multiple stories around the league. Obviously, the situations are a little bit different. CeeDee Lamb, for example, the left tackle in San Francisco, they're all Trent Williams. They're holding out. They want more money. Matthew Judon wants more money. Everyone around him has gotten theirs. He hasn't gotten his, but give him credit. He's out there. He's practicing, says he doesn't want to trade, says he will continue to practice. He's being a good soldier about all of this.
I like the approach. I just like saying someone who says the obvious. Like, hey, everybody else got a contract. I didn't get one, and
Right.
I'm a little jealous.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm jealous. Not just in football. That's not just a good football approach. That's a good approach for any industry.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people think like that. Hey, wait a minute. Why'd he get that job?
Let me say
Why'd he get a raise?
What people say in probably every workplace in America every day. And I'll be the one that actually says it out loud in front of people so that not only my bosses hear it, but everyone else hears it. Yeah, I should be making more money because that guy's making money. How come I'm not making money?
So I respect his honesty here, but unfortunately for him, the reason he's not getting it is he missed like 13 games last year. 13, 14 games. I think it was 14 games. He missed 14 games. The last 14.
Yeah.
Those critical final 14 games.
Those final 14 games. You know what? And
Make or break.
He missed, how about this, Hardy? He missed those 14 games, and they were the same without him. I mean, it's not like, we would have won 4 more games or 3 more games had Matthew Judon been on here. And he's going to be 32 next month.
Wow.
And it's just one of those things where he's on the – if he played wide receiver, he'd probably have a new contract. But he's a part of a unit that is the strength of the team, if you want to look at it that way.
Good with or without him.
Yeah. I mean,
That's a major problem.
If they don't have Matthew Judon, if he plays this year or doesn't play this year, whatever your projection is for the Patriots – it's the same. Hey, how many games do you think they'll win with Matthew Judon? Okay. How many games will they win without him? The number's not changing, right?
It's not the type of position that is, for this team anyway, is not going to result in a huge difference win or loss wise. I mean, what would you put the total at? Half a win, maybe?
Yeah, it might be the difference in one game this season.
Yeah.
He might pressure the quarterback, force an interception, get one key sack, and that might turn the tide.
Which is not to say he's not the best player on the defense or the defense is the strength of this team. He is, and it is. But you think he's the best player on the defense?
I'm not convinced of that.
I'm not. I mean, he's up there. I mean, he's a really good player. He's been productive. I mean, with the sacks, but they've started to kind of de-emphasize him a little bit and look at him as purely as a pass rusher?
I would love to say that on any team, your top cornerback is going to be your best defensive player. That's that should be the case. I think on any good team.
If he is healthy, Christian Gonzalez will be the best player on this defense. Kyle Duggar's a steadying force as a safety, and Barmore in the middle is very important. They gave him a lot of money for a reason.
And Judon's jealous.
Yes.
I'm jealous of Barmore.
Yes, he is.
But I'm jealous, but I'm happy for him.
Yes, he is. The one major concern for this team, I think we can all agree, is the offensive line. Mike Onwenu, one of the guys who got money instead of Judon, could be the right guard. He could also be the right tackle.
Wherever the team needs me to play is where I'll be, essentially. So, as the days go on, I'll keep practicing at whatever position. And, game day, we'll see where I am.
We talked a little bit about this yesterday, Michael, and Gerard Mayo was quick to point out at his first press conference he wants the best 5 guys out there as an offensive line. We talked about it. I forget who it was that brought it up. It's not necessarily the best 5 guys. It was Christopher Price. Not the best 5 guys, the 5 guys that work the best together. And so where Mike Onwenu fits in, we're not sure. Is it a Okorafor at left tackle? Is it one of the rookies at left tackle? This is a great time to figure out, because this team is not expected to win anything. It's a great time to figure out who the best the 5 guys that work together best are.
Yeah.
Neither are going to be great. I'm not saying that this
Yeah.
will result in a 9-8 season. What I am saying is this is a fact-finding season for everybody.
Yeah. That's going to be the big challenge. Like, if you look at all the people who think the Patriots are going to finish with the worst record in football, I don't think they're going to be that bad. I think they'll be a little better
Taking the over
than the projections. Yeah. So what is it? 4.5?
4.5.
Okay, I'll take the over on that.
5.
Right now. Yeah,
You'll take
5 or 6. Give me that. Give it to me. I got it. No problem. And if you start Drake May, I may go as high as 8 or 9. But anyway,
you got to keep them upright first.
But a lot of people who think they're going to finish with the worst record have them either trading out of the spot because they don't need a quarterback. So Carson Beck, Shador Sanders, you don't need that guy. Trading down slightly and taking a tackle. Why? Because of what you're talking about.
Kid out of LSU is apparently the best one.
Yeah. So Mike Onwenu is probably your best offensive lineman.
Yes.
And so do you put your best offensive lineman at right guard or you put him at right tackle? So I put him at right tackle. I put him at right tackle.
I do too.
Put Okorafor at left tackle.
He wasn't there yesterday.
But this is the musical chairs that the offensive line could be this year. He might be your best player, at that position. But if other guys can't move accordingly and they can't play those other positions, I think it's a real possibility that you take the guy who's best suited for a position. And you're going to have to move him because in moving him, you put somebody else over there who might suck over on the left side, but he's a little bit better. And even though he's not as good on the left as he is on the right, then that's what Mayo's talking about. He's not talking about the finding the perfect person for each slot. He's like, no, we're going to get the 5 best guys out there, and we're going to keep shuffling them around until we get the best combination. And it's probably going to mean that somebody is playing out of the spot where they're best suited, but that's what you got to do.
Well, let's shuffle early and figure it out, right?
Yeah, you got 6 weeks to get it together here. So speaking of quarterbacks, Jacoby Brissett got the starters reps in team drills. Drake May came right after him, and what you were talking about earlier, Hardy, May had the throw of the practice, finding wide receiver Jalen Reagor down the right sideline over the defense. Reagor made a great one-handed catch. Practice number 2 today at 11 a.m. in Foxborough and open to the public.
All right. So that's practice yesterday. We're going to talk, as I said, with Mike Dussault a little bit later from Patriots.com. He was down there. The Red Sox also played yesterday, Wallach. I guess we'll...
Good news and bad news for the Red Sox yesterday.
All right, we'll talk about that next here on Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots had full attendance from their active players on day 1 of training camp yesterday. Devon Godchow and Matthew Judon did practice despite being displeased with their contracts. Practice number 2 is this morning at 11 a.m. behind Gillette Stadium. Red Sox got blown out in Denver yesterday by Colorado 20-7. They are 1-5 since the All-Star break. They have tonight off. They'll play the Yankees at Fenway Park tomorrow night. The good news is the Sox yesterday announced they've signed Alex Cora to a 3-year contract extension. It's reportedly worth a little more than $7 million a season. And the opening ceremonies for the Summer Olympics are tomorrow in Paris. Yesterday, the U.S. men's soccer team began play in France against the host country and lost 3-0. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Yankee Custom. They have everything you need to outfit your truck, van, or SUV. Yankee Custom has the largest retail inventory in New England with locations across New England. Visit yankeecustomtruck.com. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7 o'clock.
Off in Charleston, maybe watching his son play baseball. There's some issues with the shoulder for the young man.
He can't pitch, but he can hit.
Okay. Well, we'll get the update on the games, later on, I'm sure. But as you mentioned, Wallach, one big story with the Red Sox yesterday, and then something rather unfortunate last night.
Yeah, let's talk about the bad news first surrounding the Red Sox. Things were ugly in Denver yesterday.
Swinging a high drive left field. Duran back at the wall, leaping. It is gone for a grand slam. Brenton Doyle will touch them all with the bases full. And Colorado with a complete runaway, 19-3.
Thank you very much to Nesson for that. Colorado at the beginning used Nick Pivetta for batting practice. They beat the Red Sox 20-7. That ties a franchise record for runs in one game for the Rockies. Pivetta allowed 9 runs. He got a total of 8 outs. And the Sox didn't help he or anyone else in the bullpen. They made 4 errors. Finally, I don't know if you guys knew this, but Alex Cora ran out of pitchers. He sent Dominic Smith out there to pitch the 8th inning. The average velocity of Dominic Smith's fastball was 42 miles an hour.
Good for him.
He got the side in order, 1, 2, 3.
That feels low for a fastball.
Yeah,
42.
It is.
Yeah. 42. Yeah,
his first pitch was 38. When I say it was a lob, I actually had the TV on and saw this. It was like a shot put to
First
the
of all,
plate.
you saw this. Why were you, Wallach?
It just, it
Why?
just so happened.
Why?
I wasn't actively searching it. It was one of those things, brought the dog back in from the walk, flipped on the TV, how the Red Sox doing, and I happened to see it. It wasn't like, you know what? I'm not Tyler Milliken. I didn't I have to watch this. This is very important. It wasn't very important. I just happened to see it.
The biggest surprise to me is that this was a franchise record for the Colorado Rockies. You know how bad you have to be to have the Colorado Rockies in 2024 set a record for only 20 runs? Because you remember what that place used to, what it used to be
Helton and Bichette
before they calmed it down with the humidor or whatever it is.
Larry Walker. The game's never over. That was what they used to put up on the Jumbotron. The game is never over at Coors Field.
Never over. I mean, it was just like the balls would be flying out of there. I'm surprised they never scored more than 20 runs.
Yep.
In Colorado.
Yep. That's what we're told.
I thought their franchise record would be like 27 to 23. And just you really used to have some comical scores there back in the day.
Yeah, but not the case. So let's get the bad news out of the way. The good news is, and it was actually rather shocking. I thought he had enough of ownership's non-spending and was going to leave as soon as he could in October. Alex Cora given a new contract extension yesterday.
We're very happy. What this organization means to us. Talking to Angelica, Camila, this is home for us. There were a lot of conversations in the off season, during the season, that this might happen or he wants to get paid, whatever. I just want to be happy and comfortable.
It's a 3-year extension worth a little over $7 million a year.
Okay.
It keeps him here until 2027. As we all thought, considering how this went, the Red Sox had to give him a blow-away offer to keep him here. He is the second highest paid manager in Major League Baseball.
That's what it is.
Well, what it is,
right, Hardy?
Most importantly, is that he is happy and comfortable.
Right.
That's what I want.
Comfortable, yes.
That's why I want the manager, the head coach, whoever it is leading your local team. Are you happy? Are you comfortable?
Yeah,
okay. I was worried that you were
comfortable now.
I was worried that you might be unhappy with, a losing season or not making the playoffs again, or that you'd be uncomfortable in this position. But now, knowing that you're guaranteed to get paid either way, happy and comfortable.
We fall for it all the time, don't we? Mm-hmm. We fall for it all the time. Like, how do we not understand it by now? So it seemed like Alex Cora was on some different thing, and hey, I don't like the way management is running this operation. I just want the opportunity to win. I think there's some truth to that. But anytime somebody's in a contract negotiation, you have to go back to the contract. He said there were conversations that were happening. Let me translate that for you. There were conversations that were happening in spring training, and they did not come close to his number. So I'm not going to sign for that number when Craig Consol's getting $8 million a year and he hasn't won a World Series. So if you're going to pay me, if you're going to offer me $5 million, I'm not going to take it. You offer me $6, I'm not going to take it. 7. Hey.
Magically, we've
this
crossed
is
the
home.
barrier. That's the number.
I love it.
All right. Does this mean that Cora was promised that the Red Sox would spend? Because if you think about it, he could become a free agent, could manage anywhere, and would probably get that money somewhere else because he is a proven winner. He's doing a lot more with less this year. The Yankees were a popular thought as a destination. They'd fire Aaron Boone and hire Alex Cora and probably pay him a lot more than $7 million a year. Does this mean that Cora will get a chance to win here? Will this team spend at the deadline?
I think they probably will, but the fact that this was so weird to me when I heard this news yesterday about the extension now. And if you're the Red Sox and you've already decided to bring Cora back, to bring him in the second time, which was odd to me, but okay, you're going to do it after the troubles. You're going to bring him back and you're going to commit to him. All right. But for Cora, what was his stock like at the beginning of the season going into this year? I thought of him as a decent manager, but really hadn't proven much beyond that. What's his stock like right now, more than midway through the season?
See,
is that higher or lower than it was at the beginning of the season?
Higher,
much higher, right?
Much higher.
Why does he sign now? Why doesn't he go out there and test the market at the end of this season?
Why?
Especially before knowing whether or not they're actually going to do anything.
Well, that's why I think there might have been a promise involved here.
I don't think there's a promise, man. But look at it.
I don't think so either. They're going to they're going to promise. We promise you, we're going to do something, and it's going to work, and we're going to go down the effort. For 3 more years.
I'm not saying they can't guarantee anything, but the effort to get better must have been conveyed.
Not enough. Not enough for me. If I'm Alex Cora. That's not enough.
But don't you go with the devil you know strategy? I mean, like John, you just said it. So the job, Alex Cora, free agent, has to rely on Aaron Boone, one of his best friends. Aaron Boone, who's going to make the playoffs. We know they're going to make the playoffs. Well, I don't know how they're going to do in the playoffs. They're going to make it, the Yankees, even though they're struggling. So the Yankees make the playoffs. I have to rely on Aaron Boone getting to the playoffs, failing, getting fired, and then the Yankees decide that the answer to their problems is getting the manager of the Red Sox, who may not have made the playoffs the year before. We need the manager of the Red Sox to come in, and we're going to pay him X amount of dollars. Or my former teammate, Dave Roberts, he's going to get fired after the Dodgers disappoint.
Again.
And they're going to come to me. Like, it's just too many moving parts, whereas, hey, I got a job right now. They're offering me $7 million. It's not Craig Counsell money. I think I'm a better manager than Craig Counsell, but it's still one of the top salaries in baseball. I'm here. I don't have to move my family. I'll take the gig. I think it's as simple as that.
All right. Real quick, let's update you on the wild card race. Minnesota is one of the teams the Red Sox are battling with for a playoff spot. They played Philadelphia yesterday. And
Matt Wallner sends it high and deep to right center. Back it goes. Second deck blast for the pride of Forest Lake, his fourth homer, and the Twins take a 1-0 lead.
Twins beat the Phillies 5-4, so this is how it looks right now. Twins lead Kansas City by 1 game for the second wild card in the American League. The Royals lead the Red Sox by 1 game for the final playoff spot. The trade deadline is next Tuesday.
All right. You were talking about the Yankees a minute ago. They had the lead in that final game against the Mets of the Subway Series.
Oh, Yankee fans are beyond crazy. Oh, yeah. They just got swept by the Mets. I mean, you want to talk about getting pantsed.
Right.
They got swept by the Mets, which is a fate worse than death for Yankee fans.
All right. When we return, the Olympics are about to get underway, Michael, opening ceremonies, and we have Olympic stories. We'll do those next here on Toucher and Hardy. Hatcher and Hardy on 98.5. The Sports Hub this hour brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. We used to get in trouble for playing this, like, in terms of anything promoting Olympics coverage. Like, there's weird rules with this stuff, isn't there, Dan?
There is, but we're talking strictly as news stories here.
Okay, all right, that's fine. So we can get away with it.
So don't get us in trouble, Hardy, is what Dan is saying. Come on.
Thank you, Michael.
I'm getting out in front of it.
Come on.
Well, watch us every morning on YouTube. Search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. Subscribe to keep up to date with all the best moments from Boston's home for sports. The Olympics are upon us, Michael. Are you excited? Are you in the bag as an NBC employee?
I'm not in the bag. I am not in the bag. Excited? That wouldn't be the word. No.
No?
I'm not totally dismissed. Am I excited for the Olympics?
Yeah.
No.
Why not? Why aren't you? You should be.
It's fine. It's fine. But
it's only every couple of years now.
You tell me, like, what are you? I asked you this question earlier, Wallach, about the Patriots. Sorry, Patriots training camp. What are you most looking forward to? How about that? I'm comparing the Olympics to Patriots training camp.
Fair enough.
But what Olympic event are you most excited about?
We talked about this yesterday. I am a track and field guy. Second week of the Olympics. I like watching track and field a lot.
See, okay. See that
maybe it's the Usain Bolt thing, but it's usually the 100. That's the thing that I really look forward to.
See, okay, I look forward to. It's fine. But see, this is where I had a problem because I used to, cover this stuff, and I would, cover track and field. And going back to, what was it, Sydney, and it was Maurice Green. Remember Maurice Green? You don't remember? How do you not remember Maurice Green?
I don't remember Maurice Green.
You don't remember? You're a track and field guy?
I am a track and field guy. I don't remember Maurice Green.
Look up Maurice Green. Anyway.
Okay, well, why don't you explain it to me while we're talking about it?
No, he was good.
He was a very, very fast guy. But
All
anyway,
right, thank you.
But I was watching the Olympics, and I'd say, okay, wow, this is so great. I'm going to keep up with this. It's not going to be every 4 years. These guys are so talented. I'm going to watch their next event. And I never did.
No.
So it's like that kind of thing where it's almost like, I'm just calling myself out. It would be fake excitement. If I told you I'm excited for the Olympics, it's fake because it's not something I follow all the time. Every 4 years, it's cool, but it's not really something that I'm just like bouncing off the walls. I can't wait.
Well, Michael, we're going to change all that because there is drama, there is intrigue, and there is actual sacrifice going on for some.
I can't believe you haven't heard of Maurice Green.
No, I've
as a track
forgotten.
and field guy.
I know.
Michael, who's the guy, upright running style, 1996 Atlanta?
Johnson.
Michael Johnson.
Yes.
So Johnson, 96. The next guy after Michael Johnson was Maurice Green.
I remember Michael Johnson in the gold shoes. I do not remember
Atlanta,
Maurice
the whole
Green.
thing.
Yes.
Wow. All right, John. Okay. I don't know if we could talk anymore.
No.
So out of the great records in sports, the one that I kind of remember because I wanted to be a long jumper was the long jump record, and I think for a while Bob Beamon had it.
Yep.
From Mexico City in a wind-aided high altitude.
Yeah, it was
jump.
an altitude thing more than a wind
It's
thing.
like 28 feet. 4 1/4 inches or something like that. See, I don't remember. I don't remember the actual number, but that stood for a long time.
And then
20, 25 years, something like that.
Mike Powell, was he the guy who broke it?
Oh, okay. So the long jump is still a cool one. I mean, that is fun to watch. I'll watch the 100-meter. I said this the other day, Michael. The 100-meter is a pure event in that I believe at that moment they will find the fastest person on the planet. There is nobody anywhere that can run faster than whoever wins that 100-meter.
It's amazing.
At the finals of the Olympics. I cannot say the same for the 20-meter air rifle or the hammer throw or anything else that 99.99% of the people on the planet have never even tried. The best air rifle shooter might be unfounded. He's living in Newfoundland, and he's just never got a chance to really practice all that much. But the fastest man on Earth, yep, we will find the fastest man and the fastest woman on Earth during these Olympics.
I would say I'm talking about Summer Olympics, out of iconic moments in the Olympics, they're probably talking about either gymnastics or the 100 meters. Like you think about things that just are kind of seared in your brain. So think back to, Ben Johnson and Carl Lewis, before we knew Ben Johnson was dirty as hell.
Yes.
When you saw that, you said, oh, my God, I've never seen anybody run like that before. Well, there's a reason. But like all of these things, you remember.
Was it altitude? Did he have a tailwind?
No, it wasn't altitude.
Oh, okay.
Unless altitude is the name of that stuff you can kind of ingest
inside that
into your
vial.
bloodstream.
Yeah.
But, John mentioned Usain Bolt. You remember the run and then the celebration afterwards. Gymnastics, you remember some things from Simone Biles. But even like if I want to go to the Dream Team.
Yeah.
I remember the collection.
Well, the Dream Team has much to do with the Olympics as.
But I'm saying, do you remember? I don't remember a moment.
No, I remember that.
I remember that they were just dominant.
I remember the stories around it and the players asking for autographs. That the opposing players asking for their autographs. That's what
you're
I remember
right. But
about.
100 meters, you will whatever happens, that will just stand out to you. You'll always remember that moment.
It is, I think, a pure moment. We don't get those very often in sports. It's like, did the best team win the Super Bowl? Maybe the best team got knocked out in the AFC Championship, and they just had, a bad run of luck in the fourth quarter. No, we'll find the fastest person on the planet. That'll happen. But
and think about it just really quickly. Think about the training for it. Can you imagine you train the build-up 4 years for 10.4 seconds or whatever the number is going to be this year, maybe even lower than that. I mean, just imagine. Like your whole life for this moment, you can't have a bad day. You can't have, and it happens to runners, tight hamstring, some calf strain.
Bad start,
everything.
Untied shoelace.
Distilled to this 10-second window.
10 seconds. Well, imagine, as we were talking about riding our bikes earlier, you've been riding your bike since you were a kid. And you finally managed to parlay that into a spot on an Olympic team for BMX. And then, as an Australian BMXer, your van gets broken into at the Olympics.
Man.
They broke into the Australian team's BMX van. Oh, my goodness. What was taken? Let's find out.
So our van got broken into last night. Luckily, my bikes weren't in there.
What? Luckily, my bikes weren't in there. Oh, well, what do I care?
Although my bike bags were in there with some things in it. Crazy start to the trip.
Okay, all right, so it turns out that the story about the Australian BMX team being burglarized, they didn't take your bikes?
Okay. All right. Well, lock the door. I mean, like, you didn't lose your bike. I don't feel sorry for you.
So there was a second video that was posted that said some of the gear was recovered behind a park bench, including gloves, a helmet, tools, and a massage table.
Took the massage table.
Took that massage table.
Why would you take a massage table?
Those things are expensive. They'll cost you as much as a urinal divider.
But it's pretty much tables you can find anywhere.
Ooh, they got padding on them.
Okay.
They got the face hole in them.
Okay.
Those are nice.
Armrests. Right.
Why does a BMXer need a massage table?
Okay.
Keep them loose.
The thieves devoured his stash of chocolate bars, leaving the wrappers with the discarded equipment. Evidence.
This is we know who the thief is. This is like who's their biggest competition. First of all, how do the BMX rankings break down? Like, who are the favorites?
Chocolate. I don't know.
Are the Aussies the favorites to win this thing?
Let's check. I don't know.
Who are the top BMXers in the world?
If they devoured the stash of chocolate bars, I'm guessing the prime suspect is Augustus Gloop, and everyone else is probably going to be let off with a warning. All right, wasn't you, I guess. All right, other stories to hopefully increase your interest. A soccer scandal.
You've helped already, by the way.
Okay.
My excitement level has gone up since talking to you in the last 13 minutes on this.
Wait till you hear this one.
Not a good story for Canada, breaking really right now.
Okay, I'm with you. Let's get into this. Our Canada women's soccer team, they won the gold medal here at the Olympics about 3 years ago, technically the 2020 games. An amazing moment. A few days ago, Canada and New Zealand were getting ready to play. It's going to be the first game for all of them in the group stage. That's when the women's tournament starts. So New Zealand's practicing a few days ago, and they notice a drone over the field. And a few of the players go, "What's that? That's weird." Yesterday, the Canadian Olympic Committee says a non-accredited member of Canada's soccer support team had been detained by French authorities for using a drone over that practice.
Yikes.
Detained.
So you're wondering what Bill Belichick has been doing?
Yeah.
Post Patriots.
That's right. He's like, come on, you can't make it so obvious. I had my thing going for 4 years. Nobody knew it. I was recording things.
What are you doing? You
can't have a drone.
What, you got a whiteboard? No. You gotta find out what they're doing there. Are they doing a diamond formation? What are you doing? You gotta figure out what's going on there.
Now, non-accredited can mean a lot of things: a physiotherapist, a videographer, like that kind of situation, a personal
Friend
trainer.
of? Oh, personal trainer. Okay.
Friend of. It could be anything.
Okay.
The Canadian Olympic Committee said in a statement released yesterday it was shocked and disappointed. So we're all wondering, okay, what is this? This is weird. Bev Priestman, the manager of Canada, the head coach of Canada's team, will not coach tomorrow at 11 a.m. against New Zealand, and 2 staff members, including an assistant coach for Canada, are out of the Olympics, and they've just been sent home from Paris. A full apology has been made, and according to Arash, there could be more fallout here. We'll see.
Controversy.
He's reading this like Trump was just shot. This guy, this is the biggest thing that's ever happened to him.
Yeah, he's breathless, isn't he?
Oh my
We gotta
God.
get to this. We gotta get to this.
He's infuriated,
There
too.
was a drone over the field. Oh my God. What's happening?
It was almost like, can you believe this happened to our country?
Yeah.
These people are traitors.
Our women deserve better.
They let our country down.
All right, so far we've had we've had thievery of
I'm into
chocolate
this.
bars. We've had a scandal with a drone and a soccer team, and now the ultimate sacrifice.
Sacrifices for the sport. No one's made a greater sacrifice than this man here beside me, Matt Dawson, who chopped off part of his finger.
This is
whoa.
Once again, we go to Australia for the story, in case you couldn't tell.
Just to be here. I mean, first up, Matt, give us a look. I mean, and how is it?
It's not too bad. It's pretty good considering only 10 days post-surgery.
Yeah.
Been on the hockey field back, which is a safe space at the moment, so that's always nice. But yeah, it's as good as it can be.
Explain why you did it.
It was a quick decision that I had to make. Obviously giving me the best opportunity to play at my 3rd Olympic Games, but also for life after hockey as well. Not having any issues with my finger, still being able to do what I want to do, and I guess that was it, really. It made it pretty simple.
When you busted it, did you know in the moment it was bad, and did you think, here goes my chance at the Olympics?
Yeah, there was a fair few emotions. You know, when people don't say anything, when they see it, it's obviously pretty bad. And the first thought was that, okay, that's it, it's done. And then, fortunately enough, I was given options, and yeah, I took one.
So he took the option of chopping his finger off so that he could play. Would you like to know what sport Matt Dawson, who is a defender for the Kookaburras, what sport he's playing where he had to chop off his finger and able to play?
I want to know which finger.
That's actually a really good question.
I believe it was the ring finger of one of his hands.
It's not field hockey, is it?
Yes.
It's field hockey.
Men's field hockey.
Men's field hockey.
Well, obviously, his name is Matt Dawson.
So the finger came off because how does that help?
Broke his finger and it wasn't healing, and he didn't want to have it taped up or in a cast because that would make it either difficult or impossible to play. So, that's broken. It's going to just chop it off.
So it's better to have no finger than a broken finger in field hockey? Can't you just compensate?
Just the top of the finger. Just the top of the finger. And that way, 10 days later, he's able to play as opposed to splints, casts, things of the like, which would make it difficult to hold that stick and crouch down to the ground and do,
I like the passion.
field hockey thing.
See, I like the passion. Like, what would you chop off your finger for?
I think it's a smart long-term play, though, because, if you do well in the Olympic Games, then you can go on to a highly lucrative men's field hockey professional career.
Yeah, okay.
I would think there's a lot of money to be made.
You could be the Mike Eruzione of your of field hockey.
Yeah.
Like you keep talking about,
it's funny you mentioned that.
Anybody when it talks about 1980, hey, do you believe it? First, we have to talk about Al Michaels. Do you believe in miracles? Secondly, Mike Eruzione.
Yep,
he's here to talk about it
because we all talk about Eruzione's post-Olympics hockey career. That's a good point, Michael. Everyone discusses what Eruzione did on the ice after the Olympics. Did he?
No, just 80. So you can be the guy. Hey, you chopped off your finger. They got to win it now, right?
Oh yeah.
You can't just say, hey, you chopped off your finger and you had a disappointing finish.
More Olympics later on. Mike Dussel from Patriots.com. He's going to join us next year on Toucher and Hardy. Stay with us.
Discover the Cape.
$1,000 to Ronald McDonald House of Massachusetts and to TD Garden Neighborhood Charities to commemorate the grand opening. Check out the 98.
Listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 and Sports Up. Brett out for a couple of days, but Michael Holly is here. And now Mike Dussault joins us, who is a writer and content producer for Patriots.com. He joins us on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline. Deuce, what's going on, my man?
Good morning, guys. Good to talk to you.
What's happening? How was day one, buddy?
Oh, Shark Week or training camp? I wasn't sure what were you having me on for?
Well, we could talk Jaws. I don't know. I don't know what I haven't taken Holly's temperature on the greatest movie of all time, so I don't know if he's equipped for the types of conversations we have about the film.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good with Jaws.
Yeah,
it was good. You know what? It was great.
Ask Mike Dussault anything about Jaws. Go ahead. We'll bookend the conversation. Ask him a trivia question, anything.
Well, easy one. How long did it take them to construct the shark?
What?
Oh my gosh! He just stumped me right on question one. Construct the Bruce the mechanical shark that they used for the movie.
How long did it take?
Yeah, I mean,
whoa!
Come on,
Hold on. Do you know the answer?
I don't.
Oh,
wait a minute. But listen,
you can't be doing that.
Okay, I'm going to tell you this. Mike, and I'm not trying to stump you. But it's almost like when some
the name of the game. You're supposed to know the answer.
That's such a setup. So one time, Michael Smith, my buddy, was doing an interview with Samuel Jackson years ago, and he said, "I've seen all of your movies. I'm your biggest fan." And Samuel Jackson said, "Well, what was my first movie?"
Oh, no.
So you can't say it's a setup. It's a fail. Hardy, I don't blame you, Mike. I blame Hardy. He sets you up to fail.
But Samuel L. Jackson knew the answer to that question, and you did not.
I can make up the answer, sure. It was a low budget. It took about 3 days to build the show.
I thought, and I think Samuel L. Jackson's first movie is Coming to America.
No.
Oh.
No?
That wasn't it. He named some obscure movie that we hadn't heard of. I was like, okay. All right.
But he's in Coming to America for a second.
He's in Coming to America.
He tries to rob McDowell's.
Yes, McDowell's.
Yes.
The boy's got his own money.
All right, Deuce, I'll think of a really good Jaws trivia question for the end. How's that?
Okay.
All right.
Good. I wish I just spit out like 32 days confidently.
There you go.
Holly wouldn't even know.
No, Mike, say 4 days. Say that's your answer.
4 days.
Going for 4 days, and then make up some detail. Nobody will challenge you on it.
Yeah.
I promise.
Well, for the amount of times it broke, 4 days sounds about right.
Your colleague, Paul Perillo, was on this station yesterday, and I believe confirmed an allegation of a lack of maybe energy from the attendees at day one of camp. What was the vibe down there yesterday, Mike?
Well, I mean, look, I don't think, the field isn't filled with Hall of Famers anymore. So, it wasn't the overwhelming major crowd that I think you've seen in, a few years ago. I mean, I think this is kind of how things have been the last, couple years. But look, I mean, it's a new start. And I think, you've probably seen the highlights now that, the Drake May throw to Jalen Reagor up the sideline. So, I think Paul would also tell you that Drake May's a pretty intriguing athlete. And, every time he kind of moves around a little bit or gets outside the pocket or has to throw on the move, there's some intrigue there. So, look, I know Tom Brady, Randy Moss, all those superstars aren't out there anymore. But, hopefully the fans will start to see this new core and start to see these guys and get some excitement. And, I mean, I didn't think it was terrible. I do go out there before the practice and hype up the crowd. So, we have people, as always, coming in from all over, fan from Germany.
What? Hold on. Back up.
Exactly. Yeah, me too. I got my ear, too.
Yeah.
What?
Okay. I thought Sarge was the hype man for training camp.
Well, I guess I'm a supplemental hype man. I mean, Sarge gets them going, and then me and Tamara come out, and we make sure they're getting to that next level. We make sure they get to the where they need to be. But Sarge says,
how does one do that?
Yeah.
How do you specifically do that?
Just with Patriots passion, Hardy. That's me. That's what I got through and through. We could be rolling out the worst team in the NFL. I'd be excited to be out there. But no, it was a good crowd. Talked to people up from Atlanta, so hopefully things continue to grow. And I'd expect Sunday you get a weekend day, people got work off and stuff. It should be a better crowd.
Wait, you're trying to slip out of that one. Listen, how did you do it yesterday specifically? What was the hype program that people need to know?
Yeah, well, I mean, what to watch? I mean, look, they got Drake May. I mean, that's, pretty exciting. There's some Christian Gonzalez coming back. Matthew Judon's back on the field. I'm sure we'll talk about him in a second. So look, it is what it is right now. It's a new start, and that's what you have to hype up a little bit. But I got to tell you guys, I mean, like, Drake May looks like a 3rd overall pick, and watching some of the hard knocks with the Giants and how desperate they were to try to get into the top 3 to get that quarterback, even though they got Malik Neighbors. It's going to be a while. I don't know what Drake May is going to be. But I think there's certainly I can easily find some excitement to watch that kid play football and develop on the practice field.
Okay, you're speaking my language here, because I told these guys earlier, it is so clear to me that Drake May is their best quarterback, no matter what they say about Jacoby Brissett. What they're saying about Jacoby Brissett is, I heard Gerard Mayo say, he's the most pro-ready guy. That's like saying an adult in the kiddie pool is the most experienced. Yeah, you're an adult. You're older than everybody else. Of course, you're the most pro-ready. That's not really an endorsement. How long do you think it will take for Drake May to assert himself and actually become the starting quarterback for the Patriots?
That's a great question. I mean, I hope sooner than later. I mean, it's, what are we waiting for is kind of the vibe. I mean, I get what they're saying about, Jacoby knowing the offense and knowing where to go with the ball. And, I think it's hard, because I think we're going to watch training camp over the next few weeks, and you're going to see some of these splash plays from Drake May that, those stand out. Those are what get fans talking. And, meanwhile, Jacoby Brissett, he might be doing all the right things and hitting the right check down and all that kind of stuff. But when the fans are watching that doesn't get everybody excited. So I think there's going to be, probably a groundswell just based on what Drake May looks like out there. But I have to say, I want him in there as soon as possible. I just want to start taking the mistakes. I don't worry about the offensive line getting injured, all those things. It can happen to anybody with any offensive line. The sooner you start the clock on Drake May, the sooner you're going to know what you have, the sooner you get him experience. So, no disrespect to Jacoby Brissett. I'm sure he'll probably at least roll the first couple of weeks, but I'd love to see Drake May in there within the first, month or two of the season. And I mean, honestly, if he does not play this year, I think that's a huge disappointment.
But at the other end, Mike, you have to look at what happened to a quarterback like Zach Wilson, an incredibly physically gifted guy behind a battered offensive line, and you saw what happened to him. That's the problem. You hopefully, and I was talking about this yesterday, you get one swing at drafting a franchise quarterback like this, because hopefully the Patriots won't have this high a pick ever again, or not for a long time. You do not want to mess this up. You don't want to ruin the kid's confidence behind a bad offensive line, do you?
I don't know. I don't really think Zach Wilson was ever like the man. I don't think if he was in the right situation that he'd be a starter in the league. I mean, I think he had one good year at the end of college in a crappy division in the league. I don't see that as Drake May. I don't worry about breaking quarterbacks. I think everybody looks at, Mac Jones is like, we broke him. Like, I think quarterbacks, like Andy Hart, the guy I replaced, he's got a saying, like, diamonds don't break. Like, I kind of feel that way, and I just would rather know sooner than later on Drake May. And, when's the offensive line going to be ready? When's it going to be perfect? All these teams that draft quarterbacks.
Just get it better than it is now. The offensive line is a mess at the moment. You don't know who the five guys are.
Is it? I mean, how much of a mess is it? Do you think it's the worst offensive line in the league?
I don't think they have a left tackle. I don't think they have a left tackle at all. You don't know where and when who's going to play.
Among the five worst, it could be
easily
right now.
Among the five worst.
I mean, like, based on what we saw last year, Mike. Yeah, they're in the conversation.
They're bad.
Yeah, but you guys look at the offenses. They had 2 new offenses last year. They haven't really even had an offensive line coach. So I get what you guys are saying. But I've seen Tom Brady go out there in week 1 with the all-star offensive line and get his ACL torn in week 1. So, there's no correlation between is your offensive line good enough to put a quarterback? He's just got to play. This is football. You can't sit there and wait around and be like, okay, we think everything's okay for him now. Go ahead, Drake. He's an athletic kid. He'll get out. I get the concerns. You've got David Andrews. He's won Super Bowls. He's a center. I feel pretty good about him. I like Michael Onwenu. They're playing him at guard again. Maybe this kid, Caden Wallace, actually works out. A lot of people are high on right guard. So I know that there are problems on the offensive line, but all the doom and gloom that this is what's going to absolutely destroy the team and destroy Drake May, I don't really believe that. You want to talk about some of the weapons and the wide receiver? I can get on that page with that. But the offensive line and Drake May, I think it's just get him in there ASAP. I don't worry about it.
Well, look, I think that's a fair point about Drake May because it's because you agree with me. So it's because you agree with me, I'm behind you.
Good point.
100%. But really, like if you think about what I'm really tired of is just going back to, hey, but look what happened to Mac Jones, Mike. Oh, look what happened to Mac Jones. What happened? Can we talk about what happened to Mac Jones? Like you would think. If everybody has, like, you go to some places and it says, don't do this, don't feed the animals, stay off that, don't touch this, don't. The Patriots took every don't do and did it with Mac Jones. Let me see. Don't give your young quarterback a defensive coordinator, a first-time defensive coordinator as an offensive coordinator. Don't bring in Joe Judge as the quarterback coach. Don't go through a session where you don't even name him. Remember, Bill Belichick wouldn't call his name for like 3 months. Yeah, or don't give your quarterback a situation where there are no weapons. Like, they did so many things wrong with Mac Jones. To say that Drake May is in a similar situation, I think is overstepping. That's just going too far. They're not going to be that stupid again. They were really stupid in a lot of ways with Mac Jones.
Oh, it's head scratching. I mean, in a lot of ways, you look at the last 2 years, and I was like, what do we watch? Like, what were they trying to do there? And it's there's no easy, simple formula to just put. All right, this is how you develop a quarterback. But having watched Mac Jones from week one, early training camp, even Jarrett Stidham, like. Bailey Zappi, like now I've had a chance to watch, a few rookie quarterbacks here develop since I've been in this job. And Drake May's different. Like he's like the total package. If he fails, it's not going to be because, well, he wasn't quite fast enough or he didn't quite have the arm. Some of those things that you heard, about Mac Jones that, some of his limitations, we knew what they were. And, it seemed like in 2021 that, all right, if he stays with Josh McDaniels and he knows, he gets kind of fed what to do, like he could compete. But once things started it just unraveled. And I mean, you listed off everything, Michael. I mean, it's we can go on and on about all the different things that went wrong for Mac Jones, what they did wrong for him, how he handled things wrongly. So I just have confidence in Drake May just in terms of having the physical skill set. You guys are right about the mental stuff. Like that scares everybody. We don't want to break this kid, but I still err on the side of get him in there, get him playing. If he's truly going to be a great quarterback that leads the Patriots back to prominence, you're not going to break him because you're not sure about your left tackle situation.
Mike Dussault is with Patriots.com. Deuce, you're known as the defensive guy, and a lot of hopes are being hung on this team's defense going forward. I think we probably talked about this earlier in the season, but through one day of camp, anything to change your mind in terms of where you're ranking them and how much you think this team can rely on the defense for at least the first part of the season?
Yeah, I mean, Hardy, I think the big question is Judon. I mean, he talked extensively yesterday. He wants a new deal, very vocal about it. And we're in a whole new area now with guys just kind of being like, this is how it is. I want a new contract. I'll play out. So it's a really tough situation. And I just think he's such an important player to this team. I mean, I would say he has been an important player. Of course, he's, going to turn 32 in a few weeks here. I mean, that's, getting up there, but they just don't have a lot of depth at pass rush. And, we saw last year he goes out, Josh Uche isn't quite as productive. And, there just isn't a lot of depth at pass rush. And I love Christian Barmore. I think he's disruptive, but, you get on the defensive side of the ball. That's what it's about. You got to disrupt these quarterbacks. You got to have a guy off the edge that, is consistently a problem for offensive line. So that's my biggest question right now. I think it's the defense takes a big hit. If something, if they don't work something out with Judon or, is this going to hang over their head all year? We're going to hear about Matthew Judon contract check in October. Like, I don't think that that's going to be good for the team either. So I'm hopeful that, they figure something out and that he's in the mix. But you do look out there and, I do think that they have some question marks on defense, but there's a lot of really experienced guys out there that I think, going into some of these games, they're going to give that offense a fighting chance. I mean, I think they did it last year. They gave that offense a fighting chance. It's just a question of, can this offense start to click, start to inspire some confidence on the defensive side of the ball? And then all of a sudden, you've got a team that's coming together and playing that complementary football that, let's face it, really, we saw the defense play last year. We didn't see the offense or the special teams play.
Who's the best defensive player? We were having this conversation. Or who's the best player on the Patriots defense?
Is
Judon in the how about this? Is Judon in the conversation?
I mean, I mean, I wish I could say absolutely yes, but I mean, getting to the point we're at where, we saw him for what, three games and change last year. I think Christian Gonzalez is going to be nipping at his heels from, what people have been kind of saying. You just see him. I mean, it's easy to look at that guy and see this guy, like Drake May. Like, these are the things we didn't really see in 2020, 2020. Like, there's real talent on the field. It's not, pervasive. It's certainly not, in some of the weapons positions that you'd love to see it there. But there are guys they're starting to build something here if this can come together. But I'm going to say Jabril Peppers is up there too. I think he's just an awesome player. I'm biased though. I love the guy. I love the way he plays. But I think he's another guy in a contract year. We talk about Judon, but I think he's a big cog too. And, he's right around Duggar's age. So you have, maybe two safeties. I think that's something, locking up Jabril Peppers, something maybe to look for in the next few months.
So Mike, really the real question, you mentioned Judon, he said he's not running his social media. Are you running his social media? Like, who is the person running Matthew Judon's social media and getting him into trouble?
No, I don't know, man. I think that he needs to talk to him or something. I don't really get it. I don't really get people who just let someone run their social media and put words in their mouth. And now everybody, you guys know it's as simple as like, you put a like an emoji with like a thinking and nobody's like, oh my God, what's going on? People just go nuts for that stuff. So I don't know. I mean, Judon, he cracks me up with the recruiting stuff, but man, I just want to get him, kind of secured because I just think there's nobody else on the roster like him. And they need him this year.
All right, Deuce, very quickly here. Your tough Jaws trivia question. You ready?
Ready.
Beginning of the movie. The woman who dies, the first person to die in the film.
Yeah.
What is her name?
Chrissy Watkins. Come on, Hardy. What are we doing?
Wow. Wow.
I have only one. Name of Chief Brody's eldest son.
Mumichael.
Jeez, that's it.
Michael and Sean.
All right, when Sean is singing on the beach, what song is he singing?
The Muffin Man?
Wow.
It's 3 for 3.
This is amazing.
I have
Wallach.
I have a really good one, though.
Give him one more. One more.
What state was the license plate?
Louisiana.
All right. Never mind. Jesus God.
All right. Stop it.
Mike
Dussault. Yeah, go ahead, Deuce. What?
No, I'm good. Tiger Shark.
My God.
Yeah, two of you. Late. Mike Dussault, writer and content producer, Patriots.com. Deuce, good talking to you, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right. Enjoy camp. Here's the headlines with Wallach.
Sports Hub headline.
Michael Holly is here, even though he didn't have to be here. I understand you have something going on vacation-wise or something. Somebody told me your kids gone. Do you have something?
Yeah, camp.
Okay, so your kids are at camp right now.
Kids are at camp.
And you chose to work these days.
Yes.
Even though the kids were at camp.
Because I chose to work these days because the kids are at camp. Now, when the kids come back, it's just I have to be. I kind of have to be around.
Why?
Don't I?
No, I don't know.
I have to.
How old are they?
11, 13, 15. Or better, no, this is more accurate. Almost 12, almost 14, almost 16.
Okay.
And the camp, so the beauty of the camp is you have to write letters.
Oh, so is this a no electronics
no
camp?
devices.
Love
This is
it.
a beautiful thing.
Love it.
And I have this book right on my bedside table that I have not touched yet, but somebody gave it to me. It's called The Anxious Generation, I think it's called.
Uh-huh.
So the writer makes the point of we've just gone to hell because of the smartphone, and kids, like we were talking about earlier, we'd be out, we'd ride our bikes, play with our buddies, the whole thing. 80s, 90s, that's the normal thing. Early 2000s, that's the early thing. Once the smartphone comes in, they've got the world in their pocket. They get into all sorts of body image issues, social media, bullying, all this. And it just really has affected the adolescent brain. So I have to read this because I'm going to take some of the points and tell them why I'm taking away the phone for long periods, just to control it.
Okay, would you do me a favor and
see how that works out?
Use another phone to record the moment when you take away the phones, because I'd like to watch that.
You called your father what? How did you say that to me? What? You can't say that to me. But anyway, the beauty of the camp, I know I won't be able to get everything I want to get across, but I'm going to dial it back a little bit. The beauty of it is, you got to write. You have no Nintendo Switch. You got no cell phones, and you have to write your parents. Already, let's see, in a month. They've been gone for a month.
A month?
A month.
What?
Yes.
So that's why you're here. Now I get it. I thought they were gone for like a week or two.
It's interesting how he kind of slipped that in at the end of the conversation.
Hey, wait a minute. We saw him at the 2-week mark. There's a visiting day. So you go out.
Doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter when you saw him for 2 hours 2 weeks ago.
5 hours. 5 hours. We went to see a movie. Okay. We hung out.
And then you dropped them back.
We loaded them up with snacks for the cabin. Hey, give this to your cabin mates.
This is what's called Holly defense. That's what this is.
See you later. Love you guys.
Been away for a month. That is why you got up at 5 a.m. to come in here.
4:30 this morning. 4:30. Felt good.
Oh yeah, it's great, isn't it?
And the amazing thing is when they
don't want to work the afternoon shift. Nope.
It's great. The amazing thing, and you can relate to this because think back to the moment before you had kids. Hey, where do you want to go to dinner tonight? Okay, you want to go out? Yeah, fine. You don't have to worry about the kids. They're not nagging you. They're not asking you for things. It's like dating all over again. It's
for
incredible.
About a week.
For a month. For about a month, Wallach.
All right.
For about a month.
If you say so.
But even though you're not supposed to make phone calls, I have heard from my oldest maybe 5 times.
What?
So far.
How?
I'm like, that's what I was saying.
Where's the phone?
He said, I hope I'm not bothering you. I'm thinking, I can't say you are.
And I'm kind of bothered by the fact that you're calling me when you're not supposed to make a phone call.
The point is, how are you able to call? Hey, what's going on? He called me the other day. He said, hey, I'm glad you picked up. Like, I didn't know the number. I didn't know who this was.
Yeah.
Hey, any new songs out? Really? You're calling me to ask if there are any new songs out? Yeah, there's a new one from Dua Lipa. I don't know.
What?
Any new movies?
So they allow them to use the phones for non-emergency?
I got to get to the bottom of this.
No kidding.
Why? How'd you get this number?
Did someone smuggle a phone in?
No, he didn't get it. No, his phone, I checked.
No, they were like a cabin mate or somebody?
No. It
was from the camp.
They allowed him. He probably told him, hey, I really miss my parents. I need to make this call. I really need to call.
Are the 3 of them together
all in different units. Well, two of them. The oldest one is in a senior unit, and then
same camp. They see each
same
other.
Camp.
Maybe?
Oh yeah, every day
Okay.
see each other.
Okay, that's a long time.
And
man.
they're having a blast.
Good. How far? How far away?
Hour and a half.
Okay, that's not bad.
It's not that bad.
Yeah.
See, Wally, don't make me feel
I would
bad.
no. I was.
It's not 8 hours away. It's an hour and a half.
I know-
Anything
I'm
happens.
just saying,
Hey, I went to camp an hour away. So,
I don't care about how far away they are. I was more worried about how long that trip was for the visiting day. I was thinking more about you.
And we get these pictures, and the middle one, every picture I wrote them because in a letter. I said, isn't this something? Every picture I see you in, you're next to the same girl.
It's a co-ed camp.
90. Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
90% of the pictures
out.
I see you next to the same girl. What's going on with that? I think I know what's going on with that.
Has he replied yet?
No.
Okay.
There's nothing quite like embarrassing your kid.
Oh, he's not embarrassed. He's shameless.
It's fantastic.
He's shameless. Oh, he won't be embarrassed.
Oh no, my kid gets embarrassed when I call him on it. He gets embarrassed.
There's nothing like Camp
14?
Love, right?
That's the almost 14.
Almost 14.
Yeah, he's figuring things.
He's got game. No, he's figured it out.
He's figured it out.
More than the older one?
Yes.
Wow.
We have.
Hey, did you know there's someone who works here that was in this movie?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Have you heard that?
The movie Problematic in 2024, Meatballs.
Yes. That's right.
Several scenes.
Most things that we grew up with and idolize are problematic in 2024, right?
Things have changed.
Michael, if you'll remember, the Olympics were supposed to be, well, they could have been in several other cities, one of them being Boston. Boston Globe did a great story about what's happening in Paris versus what would have happened in Boston. This will be fun. We're going to talk about that here in a few minutes on Toucher and Hardy here on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
You're listening to Toucher and Hood.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5, the Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots had full attendance from their active players on day one of training camp yesterday. Cole Strange, Jake Andrews, Kendrick Bourne, Sione Takitaki, and running back Antonio Gibson were the only players missing. According to Gerard Mayo, Gibson should be back relatively soon. As promised, Matthew Judon and Devon Godchaux were also out there despite being displeased with their contracts. Judon added he is not asked to be traded. He will continue to go out there. Practice number 2 is this morning at 11 a.m. behind Gillette Stadium and open to the public. As for the Red Sox, they got blown out in Denver yesterday by Colorado 20-7. The home team led 13-2 after 4 innings, and the 20 they wound up with tied a franchise record for one game. Sox are 1-5 since the All-Star break. Their next game is against the Yankees at Fenway Park tomorrow night. The good news in the middle of all of this, the Sox yesterday announced they had signed Alex Cora to a 3-year contract extension.
There were a lot of conversations in the offseason, during the season, that this might happen or he wants to get paid, whatever. I just want to be happy and comfortable.
It is reportedly worth a little more than $7 million a season. That makes him the second highest paid manager in all of Major League Baseball. And the Summer Olympics begin tomorrow in Paris with the opening ceremonies. However, there are events going on right now. The U.S. men's soccer team began play yesterday with a 3-0 loss to the host country. The women play Zambia in their first game this afternoon. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Eastern Diabetic Care. Are you using a Freestyle or Dexcom continuous glucose monitor to manage your diabetes? Eastern Diabetic Care of New England provides awesome customer support with on-time home delivery of all your supplies. Visit easterndiabetic.com. That's easterndiabetic.com. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
To us, Boston pride runs deep.
I'm a Bostonian!
This is Boston's home for sports.
Bow, bow, bow!
98.5 The Sports Hub. You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
This is Toucher and Hardy. And this hour of Toucher and Hardy is brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. You can watch us this morning and every morning on YouTube. Search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. Subscribe. Keep up to date with all the best moments from Boston's home for sports. Fred Toucher out today and tomorrow. Michael Holley in. Michael Holley, even though he's probably somewhere contractually obligated to at least feign excitement for the Olympics, so far has showed very little. Very little excitement.
I'm excited about the guy who cut off his finger. I love this story. See, it's all about the human interest stories,
It's a good
right?
one. It's a
That's
good
what
one.
gets you. It's not
Yeah.
necessarily the games. It's the stories.
Well-
The inspiration. So the guy cut off his finger to play field hockey. That's amazing. I'm excited about that.
True sacrifice. Now, were you on board or were you in or out, as Joe Murray would say, on the proposal to bring the Olympics to Boston, which would have been happening right now? The Olympics would have been in Boston this year had that plan been accepted.
I think I was in back in the day because the big event. I like the big event.
Okay,
And
so
come on.
10 years ago, 2014, we were talking about this. You were in.
Oh, I was in. I was in and amused at the thought that Boston would host the Olympics.
Okay, okay, those are two different things.
Yeah, but both things were true. I was in, and I was looking forward to Boston hosting the World.
Where were you living in the city then?
Yeah, like 2014. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How can you wrap your head around having the hundreds of thousands of people, the infrastructure, everything that would have needed to change,
right,
living where you live then and now?
That was part of the amusement. Here's the other part. The other part of the amusement.
So you're amused by gridlock.
Yeah.
You find that amusing.
It's not just gridlock. It is, look, having covered the Olympics, I've covered the Summer Olympics, covered the Winter Olympics. And so these communities are all in. They're all in for the Olympics. And so when you come to the airport, you have these greeters. Hey, welcome. Welcome to our city. Welcome to our country. You go around the city. People are willing to help you. They're nice to you. And then I just thought of that coming to Boston.
They had to bring in people from out of town to do that.
Oh, my God.
People from out of town would have greeted you at Logan Airport. No one from in town would have done that.
What the hell do you want?
Seriously. Why the F are you here?
To get some Vermonters or somebody.
Go back to Denmark.
That's right. Where are you from? Where's that? Where's that?
Seriously, what country is that?
Just kidding. I don't care.
It would have been the best.
It
would have been awesome.
On purpose, point you in the wrong direction. Ask for ground transportation. You point him to baggage claim.
I know why you and Felger get along doing TV, because Felger was in on it. You were in on it. The only other person I know who is in on it is a buddy of mine who co-owns a paving company. So they were going to make bank. Big
John Fish was in on it.
Yes.
And Pax was too.
Yeah, big developers, contractors, big businessmen, because
he and Fish were leading the charge. I remember that.
That's big business. There's a lot of money to be made. So it makes sense for those people. For you, I still don't get it, Michael. But let's go through some of the things that were supposed to happen or would have happened. See if you're still in on it. And we won't even get into the amount of money that it costs these cities, and often, cripples them financially, and they're left with these
stadiums they won't use.
Yeah, these
called white elephants.
Yes, these velodromes and whatnot. Okay,
velodrome.
Let's start with the beach volleyball venue, which was to be put on Boston Common.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, come on. Okay. If they
remove all the syringes before you lay the sand down,
that's a 6-month ordeal just to clean it up.
Right there, or to put it there. Like, does somebody want to see that? Do you want to see a beach volleyball? It's a stadium, right?
It is a stadium, and apparently this was one of the many lightning rods. Yes, Dan.
16,000 seat temporary stadium.
A 16,000 seat
Where
stadium.
on the Common? It would have been where the softball fields are or were?
It's got to be,
yes,
Okay.
Correct, yes.
Okay, the residents in Boston at the time called they said this is the nation's oldest public park and sacred ground, and the organizers would have had to cut down some of the Common's mature oak trees to make way for the stadium. A revised bid moved the beach volleyball to Squantum Point Park in Quincy, where spectators would have arrived by shuttle bus from the North Quincy Red Line or by water ferry.
Okay, now there you go.
Could you say, wait a minute, like, how's this part of your proposal? You say it out loud, you're like, you think that's going to work?
Red Line.
And
the T comes into play and everyone just laughs.
And can we go back to, we need to cut down some of the mature oaks? That's just the start. That you got to do a lot more than that, too.
I'm not a tree hugger, but it's like, that's a 200-year-old oak? No, you're not cutting that down to make a beach volleyball stadium? That's that temporary? No.
And like all big events in these cities. So whether it's, a Super Bowl in, because they had I remember going to the Super Bowl in Indianapolis and thinking, Indianapolis, I think, usually sucks. This is kind of
that's the impression we got. They did a really good job.
This is kind of cool.
Yeah.
And then I went to Houston, the Houston Super Bowl, the last one for the Patriots went. I said, this area of Houston, I remember being kind of rough, but now it's pretty sanitized. How many people's civil rights were violated to clean this up? Because seriously, like you got to really think about it. Boston Common. Who's around Boston Common at night?
Well, the same thing happened when the Super Bowl was in Detroit. And this was before, I think, Detroit had it's gone through a big resurgence and a revitalization. Fred goes back a lot. I was back, I don't know, a month or so ago. And it's way different. When we were kids, like, you only went downtown for like a concert. You went in and you left. You went down for, a game and then you left. You can walk around, the city at night, which we take for granted in Boston. But most major cities, you don't go walking around, like downtown at night. It's just not safe. Years ago, when they held the Super Bowl in Detroit, not only was it clean and safe, but the homeless situation, which I think you're referring to, Michael.
Absolutely.
Zoe was there for it. He said,
They were gone. And people who lived in Detroit at the time, I had friends there, were like, we don't know what they did with the homeless people. They just removed them for the duration of the Super Bowl. Like,
so it's almost like
weird.
It's like
where did they go?
It's like a fantasy land. They for these big events, you're creating a fantasy land to pull it off.
Yeah.
And I just think, as we're going over this, hey, you got to cut down these oaks, and you got to we'll take the red line to, yeah, you just will. It'll just go fine. Red line to Quincy, and then you'll have water ferries. It will all be so orderly.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, the city will go on like normal. People who are not really paying attention to the Olympics are going to go about their jobs.
Sure.
And go about their lives,
no
just
problem.
as they did before, and they'll all be in good spirits.
Absolutely.
The Olympic spirit.
Disaster. The original site, by the way, Boston residents may soon be able to play pickleball there. That seems like a well-thought-out long-term idea. Let's put pickleball courts there. You know what? Why don't you build a racquetball court there while you're at it? That's something else that had staying power. Why don't you do that? No. Don't put pickleball there. The soccer field, a soccer pitch? Yes, soccer's been around for a while. It's not going anywhere. Pickleball, I would hold off on that one. Installing permanent pickleball
It's huge,
courts.
though. It's huge.
Yes,
For now.
yes, and
everybody's
it will be,
into it. You
Did you play?
I do not play pickleball.
Okay, I
Tennis.
do not either.
Pickleball.
Pickleball.
Well,
hey.
Kids are away.
Hey.
Wallach, how dare you?
Good stuff. I like
the
that.
main stadium. We were talking about this yesterday, Dan. Where's Wyatt Circle?
It's that disaster that you come in on 93 as you were coming towards South Station. If you were coming from where we used to work.
Yes.
If your car has ever been towed.
That's where it is.
And you had to go pick it up. That's the area, the general area of where it would be.
Between
South Station, the mix of the trains.
Yes.
South Station and South End, isn't it like kind of in between?
Yes, coming back towards Mass Ave a little bit, Michael. Yes, so.
All right. Well,
and my car has been towed. I know exactly where it is. I know
Frontage
exactly
road.
where it
Yep.
is.
Okay. Well, that's where the main stadium was going to be. And, what's become of it now?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
No, it's kind of laid there. It's not dormant.
The Olympic Village was to be in Dorchester.
Hey.
At the base, the former home of the Bayside Expo Center near the UMass Boston campus.
That's right where we were in Dorchester before we moved here.
Pretty close. That was to be the dormitories for the athletes. This has always been my favorite. Equestrian events were to be held. Do you remember?
Equestrian events. Okay. So where are we gonna ride our horses?
Franklin Park. The plan to refurbish Franklin Park's White Stadium to host 10,000 spectators was included in both the original and revised 2024 Olympic bids.
Oh, come on.
Have you been to White Stadium?
Yes.
So neighborhood's perfect for it.
And I play golf at Franklin Park, and I know the area well because I live near there, and you're near there, and I know it very well. What I've always thought it needed was a world-class equestrian facility.
I think
that's what the area is most in dire need of.
I think if you go, knocking on doors and you ask people what they're looking for, I think that's top of mind for most of the residents.
The perimeter would have enclosed both White Stadium and the golf course. To which I say, if you know any of the regulars at Franklin Park Golf Course, let's just say they're a territorial bunch. You think like California surfers get a little protective of their turf? Try and get a tee time at Franklin Park at the wrong time when the groups are playing and you're not part of one of those groups. That not necessarily welcoming to outsiders.
So they were going to do that at White Stadium. And now White Stadium, they're turning it into the professional.
Yes, so women are going to play there.
Yeah.
The women's soccer team is
But
going to play
of
there.
course, because it's Boston. See, this is why I was amused, Hardy. You see what it is? Because it's Boston, even that is getting there's some friction over that.
Yes.
There's a lawsuit, right? Is there a lawsuit over the plans for White Stadium?
Yes.
So nothing happens here easily.
Which
nothing.
You don't want to bring up money, but nothing happens here easily. I mean, think about the billions and tens of billions of dollars this would have cost. I mean, just trying to get a new Fenway Park built 25 years ago is ridiculous. Try building multiple facilities in and around the city and how many local governments you have to go through. France is spending somewhere around $9 or $10 billion, and they already had existing venues.
Right.
You're talking about double that if you are going to come here, and the International Olympic Committee only covers up to a certain point. All the cost overruns, and it's over budget every single Olympics there have been in the last 20 years, go right to the taxpayers, which is why Kevin White said no 10 years ago.
Marty Walsh.
Sorry, Marty Walsh. I said Kevin White. Marty Walsh, sorry.
How did you get to Kevin White?
I have no idea how that happened. But why Marty Walsh said no 10 years ago, because he saw the bill that was coming.
Yeah, the bill was coming, and I think I saw this a while ago. I don't know if this is true. I think when London had the Olympics, I think it was London actually made money. Most of the time, these communities lose money. I think
Rio, it cost them over $20 billion to host that Olympics. They are still digging out from under that all these years later.
It was $20 billion?
$20 billion.
Wow.
$21 billion to host that.
Dan just asked me where would the surfing have been, because for Paris it's in Tahiti. There's nowhere really to surf around here. I mean, I know people surf in Rhode Island. I think there's there's a couple of surfing beaches, but do they surf at York Beach? Do you have
Very much so, yeah.
Do you have wagons that can hold surfboards? Dan the Wagon Man?
I do. Thank you. Yes. .com.
This is the one that I don't care about. Archery for the Boston proposal for the Olympics was to be at MIT. If it's across the river,
of course,
I don't care. Go ahead. But put whatever you want across. It's got nothing to do with me.
So
anything on the other side.
What was the first one you mentioned? Was it the Velodrome?
The Velodrome. Okay.
Now where was that?
And by the way, the aquatic center was going to be one of the Harvard properties at Alston Landing. That would have impacted anybody on this, or
that would have worked though. That works.
Starro Drive, easy.
Easy.
Thank
no
you.
problem.
Thank you,
Easy.
Wally. None of it's easy. None of it works.
It's always kind of it's kind of quiet over there.
Yeah, there's never any traffic.
Starro Drive, Memorial Drive, very
easy.
Just easy going.
The Velodrome, which is the indoor venue with the steep walls and the oval track specifically designed for cycling, when the athletes use special bikes with no gears, no brakes, much like the competitors in the Little Indy, go-cutters. Was to be at Assembly Square.
Now look at that.
Somerville?
Yes.
Okay.
And now you want to talk about that. Now that is a huge. Okay, there you go. There's your victory.
Well, here's what.
There's your victory for Somerville. Somerville's like, okay, take that.
Well, here's what was said at the time, and it was what is said now. Velodromes can be expensive to build and have limited use to the general public.
Correct. After they're done with it, because no one ever does that outside of the Olympics.
Nobody gets on a fixed gear, brakeless bicycle and rides in circles on steep walls.
Steep banks. No,
that's
not really.
Not a huge pass.
But look at Assembly Row now. It's amazing. Have you guys been over there?
I have not been over there.
You haven't been there?
I have not been there since they rebuilt it.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Well,
it really is. It's great.
The Velodrome would have cost nearly $150 million if you equate it to what they spent for London for the 2012 games. So presumably more 12 years later. And Somerville mayor at the time didn't want the Velodrome along the shores of the Mystic River.
That's a good call.
Somerville. Yes. Near the Assembly T stop on the Orange Line. That's where they were going to build it. So again, let's use the T to get people in and out of all these venues. And what could possibly go wrong?
But it's not many cities that could just look at the Olympics and say, nah. This is there are so many reasons I love Boston. This is such a Boston story where most cities would be like, oh my God, we're an Olympic consideration for the summer. And Boston's like, no, we're good.
Actually,
no, we don't want that.
No, it's not just that. I think Seattle. They went to Seattle after Boston said no, and Seattle said no. I think that Boston started a trend. There have been cities like, you know what? Maybe we don't want to dig out from all that debt and have these unused white elephants standing. I think that is more the trend, and Boston kind of started that. The IOC now is not, picking and choosing. They're begging cities to take the games nowadays.
But Paris, but then why would Paris do it why would London?
Well, L.A. did it because they've done it before.
LA
They have
has done it
existing
before.
facilities. As
Yeah.
I was just saying, Paris is under $10 billion in cost because they already have a lot of facilities in place. But even though they have a lot of facilities in place, people in Paris are leaving Paris for these games. Residents of Paris are leaving the city for these games because there's so many restrictions.
Now that is on the flip side, and I'm glad Boston didn't do it. But on the flip side, if you want to talk about business, Hardy, let's say you got a place, you got a house or a condo in one of these areas.
We were in Rossi in
get yourself
2014,
paid.
and when they were talking about it, I said, if this happens and they have equestrian at Franklin Park, we are absolutely renting out our place to one of these, equestrian families, and we are leaving. You can have it. You can have our place for 2 weeks. We'll go somewhere else. We'll take the bag.
A friend of mine did the same thing when the U.S. Open was here. Lives in Jamaica Plain.
Mm-hmm.
It's at
Yeah.
it's at the Country Club. All right, hey, give it up. Gave up the house for 3 weeks.
How much do you charge a week for
Mate, and they never really told us the number, but they were very happy. They were very happy to leave their home, and then they went on several exotic vacations over the next few years after that.
That's awesome. All right, we'll continue here on Toucher and Hardy. Without Fred Toucher this morning, NFL talking about an 18-game season. A lot of people have lots to say on this, from Joe Burrow to Pat McAfee to Adam Schefter, and we'll talk about that next.
You're listening to Hardy on the Sports Hub.
It is Toucher and Hardy here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Michael Holley in this morning. The 18-game NFL season, been talked about for years. They wanted the 18 to start with and settled for 17, I believe is how it went down.
That's right. We've been charging toward 18 games for a long time.
I think it's an inevitability
Yes, it's gonna happen.
at this point. Joe Burrow has been one of the first to actually kind of say things out loud about it.
18, got to have 2 bye weeks.
I like
And I think
that.
it'd be cool to do a normal bye week schedule that it is now. Like, have it spread out. But then, like, week 13, do, like, the Pro Bowl break, where you're doing, like, the 7-on-7 and all the skills challenges like the NBA does, because I think that would get more ratings for the Pro Bowl.
Yes.
And then it would also give everybody that bye week going into, like, the last 6 games of the year.
There's a lot of voices there.
All right, so I love his idea about the second bye week is you have to have that. An 18-game schedule.
They tried that once with the 16-game schedule. It was a long time ago. I think they had 2 bye weeks. Early 90s.
You have to do it. You got to have a second bye. Now, the whole Pro Bowl thing, no. One, because if you're doing a Pro Bowl after week 13, you don't know necessarily who your Pro Bowlers are. You still have 5 weeks left of football to be played. But that's not even the biggest issue. The biggest issue is, believe it or not, the Pro Bowl rates. The Pro Bowl rate, people watch the Pro Bowl.
People watch it.
They watch it.
Well, why? But why do they watch it right now?
Why did they watch it? Because there's nothing else on.
Because football's over.
Right. Right. There's nothing. I mean, it's like it's in that space. What do they do it now? It's the space between. It's after the conference championship and before the Super Bowl, right?
Yep. Yes.
So yeah, like I will put it on. I'm not watching it. I'll put it on just because. It's not like, hey, I need the AFC to win this thing. Come on, let's make a play. It's fun. They had the Mannings coaching it last year. It's flag football. Guys are having a good time.
I'm always surprised that the ratings that it does, because I mean, I'll look in on it, but it's nothing that I consider something that needs to be watched. I think the baseball All-Star game is the only one that you feel like compelled to watch, and
What?
for me, that's barely. Barely.
You weren't watching that thing.
A little bit, I did.
You watched it?
Well, to see the first couple of matchups, excuse me, the NL starter, the Pittsburgh kid, Skeens. Thank you very much. See how he did.
Skeens versus
Judge.
It was one pitch.
Watch that matchup.
It was one pitch. Come on.
I know,
And
but
I was thinking about it.
a couple of things make it somewhat compelling. There's nothing compelling about the NFL Pro Bowl.
Yes, there is.
What?
You know what it is? And I think baseball I think baseball is going to go in this direction. They've already started, like miking guys up during the game, and you saw Big Papi, kind of walking around, going to the dugout and interviewing people. I think what these all-star games have and the regular games don't have is just access to the players. So I think the NFL, like Pro Bowls, whether they're playing for real or not, I'm not really into it. But what's interesting is when you take the helmets off and you get more personalities from the guys. You can actually see them and hear them joking around. I think people like that. Baseball, the less it's like a real baseball game, the more compelling it will be. Because, really, who really cares who wins the All-Star game? What you want is moments. What you want is access to the players. So it's going to become more of a scrimmage. Hey, just joking around, hearing guys talk to each other. That's going to happen. You watch.
I don't know.
Baseball.
The more that content that I get from players, athletes, golfers, when they do, the match and these guys are mic'd up, the more I realize they're not all that interesting or funny or compelling as personalities, which I'm not saying they have to be. Isn't it enough just to be one of the best football players on the planet? And for me, that's enough. When it comes down to the personality aspect of some of these guys, I find myself disappointed.
What is the ratio of interviews to good interviews? What is the ratio of miking up guys to being glad that you did. It's under 50%.
But I think you guys are cynical. I think you're cynical.
Well, answer the question.
You got to think, but it's not even about good.
Jesus, Wallach.
Forget about good
No, I'm
interviews.
curious.
Forget about the good interviews, the journalistic. Oh, was that a great question? Did they?
No, I'm
did they
talking about.
plumb-
We're talking
did they
about that.
plumb
Is
the
it worth-
psyche of this guy?
Is
No,
it
Michael,
not worth it or
I
not?
don't find most of these guys charming outside of of their profession.
But I think fans do.
Okay, maybe
I think fans-
okay. As
that's
an
what I'm saying.
explanation, then fine.
I think
Okay.
fans. I think fans do. And
All right.
so the closer they can get to it, the more they enjoy it. Like if you weren't in this business, would you be drawn to an NBA All-Star game, a Major League Baseball All-Star game? NBA,
probably.
But
is that not the correct answer?
No. I'm just wondering. I think part of it is we've been in the business, and so we look at it and go, oh, okay, why are people interested in this? Or they're interested in it because it's something different than the ordinary thing that they can get. It's just a little something different.
All right. If you want to get to the bottom of this 18-game schedule thing, though, you have to go to an actual journalist. You're talking about people actually asking.
Where can we find those?
Good, pointed questions, concise, direct questions. Look no further than Pat McAfee, who had Adam Schefter on. And now we're going to get to the bottom of this.
There was something mentioned by Joe Burrow. He said 18-game season, if that's going to happen, which we all assume is going to take place immediately upon the 17th game being added. I think most people who had microphones at the time were like, this is definitely going to get to 18 games. And then add another bye week. Let's go 2 bye weeks, Joey B. pitch. Is that real conversation happening? Because obviously, if you're the NFL, you're a business.
Okay. We're 23 seconds into the question.
He's about to land it. Don't worry.
No, you think?
He's about to land that plane.
Thank God he's coming back to College game day. I don't know what I would have done.
Is that real conversation happening? Because obviously, if you're the NFL, you're a business. You're not scared to do a little testing of like releasing some information, see the reaction. Everybody loved the 18 games, 2 bye weeks, even a potential Pro Bowl week.
33 seconds into the question
Didn't
now.
land it yet.
Like they have for the NBA All-Star, which maybe heightens it a little bit better so that answers the Pro Bowl question where it still matters, but not really as much.
You have a guest on, Pat.
And his guest, I don't know if he knows much about football, right? It was Adam Schefter.
I was going to ask. Who's his guest on
It's
again?
Schefter, right?
And is there any real chatter about that behind the scenes that you know of? And how do you think that would look if it was to take place?
Okay, so 46 seconds later.
How many questions did he ask there? How many questions before?
I don't know.
About 6.
It's just babbling.
That's some good topics.
All the information. The NFL now, they're a business, and they're going to float this thing. Would you put a pass and float a thing like that? Because there's just a chum in the waters a little bit with this 18-game thing.
Hey, Dan O'Brien, you know this. That was not a question. That was a rundown.
Absolutely. I counted 5, Michael.
That was a rundown.
5
he just gave you the rundown.
specific questions.
That's the show. Yeah. That's the show right there.
All right, well, let's see if Schefter has an answer. Was there a question in there?
Well, you said everybody loves it. Everybody loves it except the actual players that have to play the 18 games. Everybody else wants 18 games. Ask the players, how many players want to play in an 18-game schedule?
That's what it boils down to. Now, McAfee, he then went on to say something like, well, Pat, you were a player. Would you like it? He said, well, I was a punter, so I don't care. But, another game check. How do game checks work, Michael? Describe this to me. If you're going to make $1 million a year and you're going to play 10 games, what's your game check?
Exactly. It's just going to be.
Is it $100,000 game check? Is that how that works?
It is just over the course of the season.
Oh, so they just divide it equally?
Yeah, there it is.
So another game check doesn't mean you're making more money?
More money, no.
I thought so. I thought that was how the game checks worked.
So, look.
But McAfee said I would have got another game check, so he would have liked it.
I'm sure most players will not like it. But what will most fans think about it?
Oh, the fans are going to love it.
Fine, right?
They haven't reached the tipping point yet. They are dancing along the line with Thursday Night Football, with Prime. Look, they're trying to find the edge. They're trying to they're pushing the envelopes and boundaries, and they're trying to find the tipping point where it's too much. They haven't found it yet.
They're not going to.
I don't know.
Are you there yet?
I'm pretty close.
What?
Well, think about. We were talking about this earlier this week. There's no off season for the NFL. There's free agency, there's the draft, there's all sorts of things. There's football 350 out of 365 days in a year.
And this is for us though. I think
it's great for us.
It's great.
It's great for
great for us
what you do,
and we're inundated with it. But training camp for, I would say, the large majority of fans is not much of a thing. They might check in on it. They might hear a story or two, but between that and OTAs and some of the other off-season stuff, we pay way more attention to it than fans do. I don't think fans have the same saturation level that we do.
I think they are eating it up, Hardy. I think they're eating it up. How long ago was it that Mark Cuban made his statement, that comment, like, "Oh, you're going to reach a point
Hogs
where
get slaughtered."
Yeah. That was
5 years ago, maybe.
I think it was even longer.
No, I think it was closer to 10.
Yeah. And so he's wrong. He kept saying, "Oh, we're reaching that point." No, it just keeps growing and growing. You're getting to the point where I think the NFL is the model for what other leagues want. Because, John, you say it is nonstop. Wouldn't you want that in baseball? Wouldn't baseball, the baseball draft just came and went, and off the top of our heads, I know Milliken can do it, but most people can't name like the first round pick of the Red Sox just off the top of your head. And what pick did the Red Sox have? And who went before Montgomery, I think it was, right?
Yes.
All right. Who went before him? Who went after him? Like, the NFL draft is something that you look forward to, you build up to. Baseball would love that. Baseball would love to have you talk about it when the games aren't being played. Basketball is getting there. Hockey would
extended the draft.
Hockey would love that. So I don't think it's at the point where people are saying, "Okay, stop, please. Too much football."
Kudos to you both. Mark Cuban said in March of 2014.
There you go.
Pigs get fed, hogs get slaughtered. When you try and take it too far, people turn the other way.
How many
10 years later?
How much money has?
Yeah.
What's the revenue been like for the NFL in the last 10 years? And I'm not even saying it as a celebratory thing, because the NFL has done a lot wrong.
Mm-hmm.
There's some things that have happened off the field, but it really doesn't matter to the fans.
Product is still very healthy. All right, Wallach headlines, and then we'll continue here on Toucher and Hardy with Michael Holly in this morning on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots.
the
Yes,
final last night.
20-7.
It wasn't a 19-3 final. They made it respectable, scoring 4 more runs.
Got those 7 runs. Come on.
Had a position player pitch the bottom of the 8th inning.
And what was his average velocity?
About 42 miles an hour.
42 miles an hour.
Yeah.
It was
the first pitch was legit a lob. I know I could have thrown harder than that.
Any kind of movement on the 42?
No.
Not moving?
No, it was
little left, little sink.
like
nothing?
8 shot puts to the plate is what
I don't
it was.
know. That's the thing I don't understand. Like, even for a position player, like, they throw harder for that. They throw harder than that in the infield.
Sure.
So,
if you're an outfielder or a shortstop, Smith is a first baseman.
right. Like, shouldn't you be able to throw it harder than that?
Well, that's my point.
And
I mean,
maybe
you
not
put
get
the
it
man
over
at
the
first base. It's not like he has to gun the ball anywhere else. His arm is not the thing.
42.
That's the average velocity.
He was just trying to hold on. He was just trying to get out of there. Can you say there's probably like some stat on getaway days? There are probably more bad calls on getaway days, more blowouts. At some point, everybody.
No, the umpire. By the way,
Yeah.
I'm not saying Smith was picking corners either. The first pitch was like 6 inches outside, and it was a called strike.
Let's get out of here.
The umpire is
Strike.
well
Let's go.
aware. You know, it was like 20-4 at the time. The umpire was like, I've had enough.
Yeah.
That's enough.
Let's
It's
go.
Time to go.
Yeah, we're going to increase the strike zone significantly.
Yes.
For this guy. So, come on.
And the game times have gotten shorter, but I'll bet you on getaway days, you probably have a lot of sub 2 hour. 2:02 game time 2:02. Thank you very much.
It always amazed me when guys would push back on that. Guys like Papelbon. If you don't like it, just don't watch. You know, we take exactly the amount of time we need out there, unless it's a getaway day, and then magically you can play in an hour
Says
48.
the guy who took about 45 seconds to deliver each pitch when he came in from the bullpen.
That's what it was.
Yeah,
He
stare
was
down,
pushing back
Seriously.
on people
Shake it
who.
off.
After a 4-minute run in
Right.
from the bullpen.
Wipe the brow.
I know.
Look.
Papelbon was
reset.
the human rain delay.
Scare those guys out of the batter's box with his, I'm going to give him the stink eye. Ooh.
You know what? I couldn't have. This is one thing I couldn't have been more wrong about. I was one of those. I was past tense. One of these. Hey, baseball. It's a beautiful sport. Keep it pure. You can't have a clock. You can't have something artificial as part of baseball. It will ruin the sport. I was so wrong about it. The pitch clock is brilliant. It has saved baseball. I think it is a great addition.
Yeah, it's kept them relevant. I mean,
Yeah.
baseball doesn't exist in a vacuum. There
Right.
are other things competing for people's time, and attention spans are getting shorter and shorter. You need to streamline the game. Thank God they thought of this.
Yeah, I mean the All-Star game. We were talking about that earlier. The All-Star game was like 2 hours and it was like 2:15, 2:20.
Yeah.
Yep.
So before you went to bed, you got a morning radio show to do. Before you went to bed, you knew that Jaron Duran was the MVP of the All-Star game. Okay, we'll talk about that tomorrow. Okay, I'll go to sleep.
I tell you what, I didn't really notice the difference it made in the pace until I saw it live. Watching it on TV, it didn't have as much impact on me. When you're watching it live and you see that ball go back and the clock, you're like, oh, you don't have a lot of time, dude. You better get up there.
Yeah.
You better get moving. And it helps. I don't know that it's saved the game yet, Michael. It's certainly a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, because it was going, and this is the so-called glory days, and they were fun. They were fun. Red Sox, Yankees, before the Red Sox, finally won the thing. So you think about them going back and forth, 2003, the summer of 2004, A-Rod and Veritek and all the fights and all this stuff. Think about those games. Think about how long those games were, and hey, we value on base percentage. So
Working
everybody is
counts. Get the
working.
starter out of there
Let's
after
get to the
5
bullpen,
innings.
right.
Yes.
I mean, these games were like 4 hours.
Yep.
And we were into it, but nobody had the courage to say, you know what, this kind of sucks. This really sucks. Can we cut this down? Can we get it done in like half the time?
Yes, and the answer is you can. This
Yes.
actually was a relatively easy fix.
The big story, though, yesterday about the Boston Red Sox is not the fact that they lost by such a huge margin to wrap up that series in Colorado, missed out on a chance to win a series, which they have not done after being swept by the Dodgers and now losing to Colorado coming out of the All-Star break, is the fact that Alex Cora has received a contract extension. He was a lame duck manager this season. The prevailing theories were that he were going to either leave at the end of the season or at least test the market. Instead, the Red Sox give him a deal for a total of almost $22 million that will keep him through the 2027 season. So, as your manager is now in place and the Red Sox are flailing a bit coming out of the All-Star break, I wonder, does this throw multiple wrenches into the works coming up to the trade deadline? We talked about this earlier, whether or not Cora was promised something by this trade deadline. Here, we're gonna show you how much you mean to us. Not only we're gonna give you the deal, but we promise we're gonna do something at the trade deadline. Oh, wait a second. You guys have won one game?
1-5.
1-5.
One out of your last 6.
But they're only one game out of a playoff spot.
Oh. I thought they were 1.5.
I think Minnesota's got the second wild card. Kansas City's a game behind them. They have the third wild card, and the Red Sox are a game behind Kansas City.
Third wild card.
All right. But does this change what they're thinking does it change what Breslow's thinking or ownership or anything about? Alex, I know, we have decided this deal, but we're going to pay you. We're absolutely going to pay you. But you know how we said in the days leading up to that, we were going to get you some. It turns out there's no point really getting you much help now. I mean, come on. Look at the way you guys are playing. Look at what you did that night. Come on. That's embarrassing, 20-7. Could anything possibly be changed by the way they play, say, over these last 6 games, or what happens with the weekend series against the Yankees?
I was reading something yesterday. They talked to Breslow, and he said, I'm convinced the time has come. We're gonna go looking for some options for this team. Now, that doesn't mean, Michael, they're actually going to do it.
Correct.
It could be. You know what? It takes 2 to trade, and you can write the press conference yourself. It takes 2 people to make a trade. We tried the deal that was good to us didn't happen, but Breslow, for the first time, seemed definitive that he was going to make the effort.
Finally, we've heard all these reports about, the Red Sox, there's some internal splits, and there's some indecision about which way they're going to go. Maybe they can be buyers and sellers.
I read that too.
But you can't do that. So it does sound like they're going to pursue it. But you know how this goes. You can say, hey, and listen, we were in on that guy. We were
They've
in
been
on
doing
him.
that. Oh my God!
Yeah.
How many leaks have there been in the last 5 years? The Red Sox are in on this guy. They are the interest kings. They have interest in this guy. They never sign anybody.
Got a competitive offer here,
right?
But you said, Hardy, has he been promised anything? It makes me. It reminds me of that clip. You've seen it from Mad Men. John Hamm's character talking to Elizabeth Moss, and she says, "But you never say thank you." And he says, "That's what the money's for." Okay? So,
That's right.
What's my thank you? I pay you. So what is Alex Cora promised? You said it, about $22 million.
$22 million.
So we said thank you. We gave you the money. And then I think after that, who knows? I think the money is the number one thing. Not to say it's all about the money, but the money is a big part of it for Cora. And then the second thing is, I think he likes the team.
All right, more stuff from around the NFL, including interesting comment from Kyle Shanahan, Jim Harbaugh, and of course Aaron Rodgers. That'll happen next on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Stay tuned for more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Hey, baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus. Bet on us. Just log in to your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotions section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with King of Sportsbooks. BetMGM and Game Center remind you to play responsibly. Hope is here. Call 1-800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. Must be 21 or older, Massachusetts only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary depending upon market and expire 24 hours from issuance. In partnership with MGM Springfield, play it smart from the start. Live chat at GameSenseMA.com.
Wouldn't it be nice to stop wearing glasses and contact lenses?
It is Toucher and Hardy without Fred Toucher. Off for a couple of days. Michael Holly is here. This hour of Toucher and Hardy is brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Watch us on YouTube. Very active chat this morning. You can search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube and subscribe to keep up to date with all the best moments from Boston's home for sports.
I thought you were about to sing it. I thought you were about to do your Eddie.
No.
You've been hanging out with Felger too long. That's the wrong show.
Listen, come out strong, 9 o'clock hour, a little even flow here. Ready to go?
You're going to go see Pearl Jam at Fenway September 15th and 17th?
I love Pearl Jam, but I'm no Dave Cherubin. You know, Dave Cherubin has seen them probably 200 times, and that may be conservative. I feel like, I've seen them enough.
That's it? No more?
I feel like I've seen them enough. I mean,
you saw Eddie Vedder ask for the uke, and then Kevin Youkilis would carry it out to him,
and not that it was
Touch
bad,
the sun.
but okay, at some point, see, I'm just not one of those people who needs to see that group 20 times. I think I've probably seen them like 5 or 6 times. That's enough. I'm good.
I think I've probably seen them about the same amount. The first time,
and I like them.
The first time I saw them, physically laid eyes on them, is I was it was at Michigan State. I was doing my college radio show, and there was a show in the auditorium that night. The radio station was in the MSU auditorium. That's where our studios were, and getting ready for the big show. And I'm in there doing my I think it was a Thursday afternoon show, as a matter of fact. And I'm on from like 2 to 4, and I'm doing my thing. And 5 guys walk into the studio, and they're like, "Hey, we're here to interview for the show tonight." I'm like, "Guys, please, I'm ready to play a Billy Bragg record here, okay? Let's calm down for a second."
I'm sure
in the
you
middle of
kids
the show.
where are your kids from anyway?
All right, 89.5 Impact Radio. Okay, who are you now? Oh, we're the openers tonight. We're Pearl Jam. Like, good for you. Why don't you have a seat over there, and we'll chit-chat here for a moment.
Pearl Jam?
Pearl Jam.
You think that's going to stick?
That's cute. Yes. Oh, yes, I have heard of you. I mean, now, Smashing Pumpkins were the middle act on that bill, and for that, I got kicked out. The program director, she took that interview because she was in love with Billy Corgan. Red Hot Chili Peppers were the headliners.
Oh, that's a good.
They weren't coming.
Show.
Yeah, they weren't coming in to interview. But me, like low man on the totem pole. Here, you do the interview with this Pearl Jam band. I'm like, okay, fine.
So you had same bill. You had Pearl Jam, Smashing Pumpkins, Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah, that was like a big college, a big college tour.
This is at the stadium, Michigan State, or is it arena?
In the
arena.
No, this is the auditorium. This is where like comedians would
so
come and do
what are we
shows.
talking about? 2,000?
Yeah,
2,500?
Probably
Okay.
something like that. Yeah.
How was the show?
I don't remember. I probably didn't go.
Okay.
Just say, and you were serious. You were about the craft of radio and
That's
producing and just really presenting well. You weren't
Exactly. I can't be
going to some show,
bothered with that
wasting
nonsense.
my time.
So the NFL training camps are underway. You guys are going to be joined tomorrow by Bert Breer, who is at someone's camp.
Yeah, there are about 3 or 4 teams out in Los Angeles now. I don't know which one he's covering. Probably all 4.
I was going to say all of them.
Yeah,
probably.
he's probably got them spread out there.
Well, we mentioned this briefly earlier. One of the teams that's out there is Jim Harbaugh's new team, and he was asked about what it's like in his new position here this season.
Just the way it feels. I mean, it feels like New Year's Day. It feels like being born. It feels like coming out of the womb. It's like you're in there and it's comfortable and it's safe, and now you're out, you're born, the lights are on, it's bright, got chaos, people looking at you, people talking at you, and just feels good to have it happen.
Feels just like it felt when I went through the birth canal. Ew.
All right. You know what? Just so much there. You know what was crazy about that clip? Because I watched it several times yesterday. I'm like, did he actually say that? The craziest part was the next question
some reporter says, Jim, can you talk about the offensive line? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Can't be glossing that
you
over.
You can't just move away from that.
No.
Like, what do you mean? You remember being born?
Well, Terrence Howard on the Joe Rogan podcast talked about how he remembered being in the womb and how he was conscious of his own extremity.
Wake up. Oh, that's my friend. But I had a different name for it. It was my hand.
See, he had a friend in the womb, but it was his hand. But he didn't know the name for his hand. He says, it's just my friend.
See, Terrence Howard is...
what? Terrence Howard is what?
He's an interesting
What is
kid.
he?
He's an interesting
You're a
cat.
wordsmith? Word away here. What is Terrence Howard?
There's not a word. There's not a word. He doesn't have a name for it. I don't have a name for it.
I'm just going to say he's a symbol like Prince was back in the day.
Yeah, something. What didn't he have? Didn't he have some issue with his agent? Remember, he was talking about his agency. Remember, he had a. Do you remember this clip? No. He came out. He had some issue. The actor Terrence Howard.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, so go back and look at that interview, and he had a perm going. Like, go back and just look at his whole look. So he's going through something.
Extended
altogether. But there's no way anybody remembers being born. Now, Jim Harbaugh, you may remember the womb, but that's a different conversation. How far back do you remember? You, 3, 5?
Yeah, there's
kind of. It's a blur.
Are you telling me that Terrence Howard is making all this stuff up?
Yes.
Whether it's being aware of being in the womb or that the whole idea of straight lines is a fallacy?
Straight lines. Vision, dreams, curved dots that make it up.
It's just curved dots curved dots making up the straight lines.
Yeah, he's a different guy.
Yeah.
How far back do you remember, Wallach?
3.
3?
3 years old.
Yeah, what's your first memory, Wallach?
Well,
tell me where it all started.
What's your earliest memory of childhood?
Moving day when I was 3 from Washington, D.C. up here to Boston.
Oh. And do you remember how you felt about moving from your home?
Well, doctor, I don't know. It's all snapshots.
No,
I don't remember anything.
Exactly, snapshots.
That's all you have.
And it's funny. It's the moving thing because that was my first memory. Like around 4 or 5. I remember like 4 or 5. We were moving to my grandmother's house. I mean, she owned the house.
Okay,
but she was moving out and we were moving in. So she was becoming our landlord.
Oh, it's comfortable. Sure.
Yeah, great. So I remember saying...
You remember signing the lease?
No, I don't remember. I remember saying this. I want to go home. And my grandmother saying, you are home now.
Oh, God.
You are home.
That's the beginning to every horror movie I've seen for the last 10 years.
And the reason I know I was about 5, because I remember looking at just the pictures. It was a Sports Illustrated on her coffee table. And it was Red Sox. It was Red Sox Reds. So I was
1975.
1975.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the only reason. And so tell me what happened the day after. Don't remember that.
Right. No, but snapshots.
But
you know why I don't remember? Because my grandmother traumatized me.
Well, you have a concrete image to back it up. Wallach's DC to Boston Star. I'm not even sure that happened. He can provide no details.
Top floor. We lived on the top floor in an apartment complex. I remember the boxes on the landing of the top floor and being led downstairs by my parents.
You kicked down the stairs.
How about that?
Did they push
That's
you
what
down
I
the
remember.
stairs?
Yeah.
So we have the wackiness that is Jim Harbaugh, which can't even begin to touch what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if you heard about this, Michael. He went to Egypt and missed some practice that he was. I guess maybe his coach foolishly thought, Robert Saleh thought maybe he was going to be there because he was imploring everyone else on the team to be all in on the season. And, he only played for about 45 seconds last season. So maybe he thought his quarterback was going to be there for all team activities. But no, he wasn't there. He went to Egypt for what reason, Aaron?
Ever since I was in a gifted and talented education class.
Oh, Jesus, God. I'm so happy for him.
Don't
My
be that
God.
guy.
But he's always been that guy. He's just been in Green Bay. Now he's in New York. And every single person is asking for his opinion on everything. Pat McAfee has built his career off of interviewing Aaron Rodgers. So everyone has this shoved down their throat. What an entitled prick.
Give it to me again.
Oh, my God.
Ever since I was in a gifted and talented education class. I don't know if those are paid for or not, but I was in it. We studied mythology from Egypt and Greece, and those are like my top 2 on the bucket list. So, back in some of the doldrums of the rehab, I thought it'd be fun to put together a trip with some friends, and we wanted to plan it kind of middle of June. Looked at the previous year's schedule and felt like I was going to be safe.
Well, that's
of course you did.
Don't bother calling your coach,
because the team springs those dates on you at the last minute.
Because there's no way I can find this out, right? Hey, before I plan this
when
trip,
do your kids go back to school? I'll check last year's calendar, and I'll plan it that way.
Wait a minute, you can't start it at a different time.
Wait a minute, there's a mini
year?
camp? I already had my vacation. I actually compared it earlier this week. Pedro Martinez used to show up late to camp because his father's birthday changed every year.
That's right. Pedro was father's birthday. Manny was how many grandmothers?
Oh, yes. That's right.
How many poor grandmothers died?
Yep.
For Manny Ramirez,
And
always
so-
somebody dying. Well, it's not really a grandmother. It was like kind of a family friend who's kind of like a grandmother. So this wouldn't be so bad for the gifted and talented Aaron Rodgers, Hardy, if he didn't spend so much time at the end of last year telling people with the Jets, cut off the crap that has nothing to do with winning. It's time to get on board. Just be focused. And so you're the leader who's going to get everybody focused. And yet you missed 2 days of work because it wasn't last year's schedule.
Aaron, how long have you been an insufferable prick?
Ever since I was in a gifted and talented education class.
Oh.
It was.
It's going to be fun to watch this from afar.
So was it just one? It wasn't a program. It was just a class.
Well, he does
a gifted and talented class.
And then he does the self-deprecating. Well, I don't know if it was paid for or not. Shut up.
Not a big deal, though.
God, he is the worst.
Thought I was safe.
He really is the worst.
Hanging out with
I
some
can't
buddies.
wait to watch him. He's still phenomenal. I think
I
he's.
know.
That's the thing. I think he's going to be phenomenal. I think
this is the story. The Jets have put it all in one basket for 1 year.
But he is the perfect example of a personality of a guy who won't let you like him. Even if you try, you can't. He won't let you. He won't let you like him. But what about Egypt, Aaron?
The last 2 days were pretty special. The second last day, we were at the pyramids and the Sphinx in a private viewing, and then we.
Oh, throw that in there.
Of course,
it's private viewing of the Sphinx.
Private.
Just
for him.
Isn't it like the size of the Pentagon? I mean, what's private about looking at the Sphinx?
Seriously, do we have to shoo everybody away from the area? It's not a small thing. I don't understand.
It's big. It's outdoors.
I don't know what the problem is.
You can see it from the air.
Did you have the security personnel remove thousands of people so you could go look at it from a distance?
It's not the Mona Lisa, you jackass.
In a private viewing, and then we went out in the desert on camels. Yeah, it's a big animal. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Not the nicest animal. I've been around llamas before. That's a big llama. And I was trying.
No, it's a camel, actually. It's all right, whatever.
That's a big llama. And I was trying to make sure I stayed out of the way of any spit that was coming out. But yeah, that was fun. We got to watch the sun go down in the desert, watch the moon rise, and yeah, it was a really special trip.
And this is why you missed 2 days of work.
Yeah.
2 days of work.
Right
But
on
I
camera.
like this explanation. Remember his explanation of, hey, listen, can I give you a little history on what minicamp used to be? You're really they called it mandatory, but it was real then. And minicamp now, this is not real. This is all made up. It's much ado about nothing. So I may have missed those mandatory days, but they shouldn't have been mandatory based on what used to be in the league.
I remember him.
Okay.
I remember him
Thanks.
talking about that almost in the abstract because he referred to it when he was playing for that team in the NFC North.
That's right. Refused to say Green Bay
So
for
what's
some
the-
reason.
And what's that about?
I don't know. Finally, Kyle Shanahan dropped this one yesterday. Interesting job offer that he made.
I'd throw it out to him. I mean, he loves football so much.
Who did he throw what out to who? Bill Belichick. Threw a job offer out to Bill Belichick.
I'd throw it out to him. I mean, he loves football so much that you never know what he would. I mean, I can't believe that he's not a head coach of a team right now. I know what I would do if I was an owner, so that shocks me. And the last thing you want to do is insult someone like Bill Belichick. But I know he just loves ball in the simplest form. So I threw it all out to him, like whatever he'd want to do.
DC?
Yeah. I was like, would you be interested? And he was very nice and appreciative, but he politely turned me down.
So what do I want to do? I want to be the head coach and general manager. Well, not that.
Well, not that. Like,
All right.
Thanks, Kyle.
Just head coach. Not that. Just the GM. Not that.
Yeah.
But anything else you want to do.
Kyle, you're so kind. I've known you since you were a little kid.
Yeah.
You know. So you're gonna let me be the head coach? No. You're gonna no, not that.
You know, you'd be working for me, Bill.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm not interested in that. But hey, intriguing. But you know what? Smart though. Don't you think that's a smart play for Kyle Shanahan?
Sure. You got nothing to lose.
Why are you doing that eyebrow thing?
Kind of insulting.
What?
To offer him a job at doing what? Tell me the job that he was offered.
All right, look. What's more insulting? Whatever he's doing for inside the NFL. Hey, Bill Belichick, you want to be on inside the NFL, or do you want to be any job that you pick? You design the job title. You create it. You want a little scouting so you can learn to scout receivers, or you want a little, or you just want to be on the field or whatever.
Now you're being insulting.
No,
work on your weaknesses.
No,
Bill.
whatever you want to do.
That job offer you just mentioned was an insult.
You are taking over let's say defensive coordinator for the team that just lost in the Super Bowl, and still is pretty stacked.
Yeah, you want me to go take the same job my kid just got in Washington?
Yeah,
No.
Washington college football.
No, he's not doing it. He's not doing it. It's a borderline insult to even offer it to him.
Super Bowl. Bill Belichick, and you know what would happen if the 49ers win the Super Bowl with Bill Belichick as the defensive coordinator? Sorry, Kyle Shanahan, you get no credit.
If it's not an insult, why didn't he take it? He desperately wants to be coaching and he wants a job. Why didn't he take a job? Why didn't he take a job as an assistant or a coordinator?
Because he wants to be if he's going to coach, he needs to be a head coach this year. It's not insulting. It's like, that's nice. It's not what I want. It's not an insult. It's just not what I want.
It's a border. It's an insult.
But you see, all of the other head coaching jobs. No, all the other head coaching jobs are off the table. Bill, since you're not coaching this year, I'm sure that was part of it. Since you're not going to be a head coach this year,
since you lost out to Raheem Morris,
since you blew a chance to be a head coach to a retread, why don't you come over here and be an assistant coach?
Yeah,
and keep your hand in it.
Yeah, why don't you prove yourself?
No,
so that you can get a job.
It's not like that.
These owners are asking you to prove yourself. They're idiots. I can't believe Arthur Blank didn't hire you. However, I realize the genius of Bill Belichick. I love talking to you. You would transform our defense.
We already have a gifted defense that's top 5. Maybe you can add something to put us over the top.
You're one of those gifted and talented guys,
right?
That Aaron Rodgers talked about. Look, and how about this? The pay. We'll make you the highest paid defensive coordinator in football. Whoever the highest paid defensive coordinator in football is, we'll give you $1 million more than that guy.
And
you interested?
He's not doing it for the money.
That's
He's
not an
doing
insult.
it for the money. All right, emails, the stack. It's all happening, sweetheart. Toucher and Hardy. Without Fred this morning, Michael Holly with us on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the.
the email bit. We should do the email bit. It's a great idea. Let's do the email bit.
That is the voice of one young Nicholas Gemelli here on Toucher and Hardy, and we were just informed of something. Nicholas, would you join us in studio, please? Would you please come in?
Come on in here. Come on in here, Nick.
Nick makes his long walk into the studio here.
Theme song. You wear this.
Ooh.
This is the song we play when Nick walks in.
Prince man?
It matches his gait. A walking tempo is usually more about 80 beats per minute. This is like 50. Hi, Nick. Good morning.
Good morning.
But it's Darling Nikki, too, so that's
what I'm saying. Prince fan. Come on, I got it. Come on, you know I'm a Prince fan. You sent me down that. We did a show together last year. You sent me down that rabbit hole. We started talking about Prince, and then I couldn't listen to anything else but Prince for the next 2 or 3 months.
That song, I think, is why Prince covered the Foo Fighters in his Super Bowl halftime show. It's never been explained fully, but Foo Fighters did a cover of Darling Nikki, which they wanted to release in the U.S. Prince is like, no, write your own songs. So they released it in Europe, and it was like a minor hit on radio, the Foo Fighters cover of Darling Nikki. But I think Prince was like a little, just a little irked by that.
Yeah.
So what he did to kind of get back at him a little bit was he went out in Super Bowl halftime and covered Foo Fighters' Best of You and did an amazing job of it, saying like, no, see, I can do any song I want. You can't, but I'm Prince, and I can do that. And then I think he and Dave Grohl ended up being like friendly.
Oh, that's nice. That's a good ending to the story.
Nick.
What's up, Nick?
Hi. Hi.
Special day, Nick?
Yes.
What is today?
It's my birthday.
Wow.
Happy birthday.
All right, come
Yes.
on.
Nicholas.
Thank you. Thank you. I almost made it. I almost made the show without anybody, realizing it.
How old are you now?
I'm 38.
38 years old.
So we did a little interview here a couple of months back.
Why are you laughing every time?
I don't know, because when I asked Nick, it was something to do with the show. We were trying to get to the bottom of why he has to go back and forth from every studio to studio. It was kind of like an in-depth look at the morning show and how things work around here. I said, first of all, young Nick, how old are you? And he told me at the time he was 37. I just found that funny.
That's Why is that?
Because you're young Nick. I think of you as being much younger than that.
Oh, okay.
All right. So you don't think 38's that young?
No.
No, it's old. I feel old.
No, not really. Come on, you take that. Listen, you take 38 right now. 38 is offered to you.
I would take 38 in a second.
I don't even
38. You take it.
I don't remember 38. Literally,
Sure, seriously.
I mean, I'd have to figure out what year was that and put myself back. That was a long time ago. But Nick,
Yes.
it's your birthday. This is wonderful. What are your plans?
Actually, my plans are going to see Deadpool tonight with Bird.
Oh.
No. So
Yes.
I am sacrificing my where I should be, celebrating with my family. Oh no, I'm seeing a movie with Bird.
Well, no, wait. Hanging out with Bird is a good thing.
Yeah,
It's a good time.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's just funny.
Okay.
It's the only time I could do it. So,
But this is the nice thing about having this job and a young child. You will be able to celebrate at any time today.
That's true, yeah.
Is there anything going on with the family celebration for your birthday today?
No, not today. I think tomorrow we're going to be celebrating with our family. I think we're going to the Rusty Can or getting food from the Rusty Can. You've never been?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Where's the Rusty Can?
That's north. It's in Byfield. Oh,
yeah, it's a barbecue
great
joint.
barbecue. Great barbecue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. And I think that's what we're going to do.
So you said something, Nick. You said, all right, you almost got through the show without people finding out it's your birthday. How did people find out? Because you're at that point.
Danielle.
Okay.
Danielle Murr.
Right,
she came in and was like, oh, happy birthday. And from Mike and Dan. And I was just like, oh, thanks.
This is one of the joys about not being on Facebook. I don't know when anyone's birthday is. And
what's the
don't
age?
feel
What's the
obligated.
age where you don't go around telling people it's your birthday, or you don't I mean, you're happy to be alive,
Well,
but
it depends on who. If you're Fred Toucher, he hasn't reached that.
Fred. Not only does he tell us the day of, he lets us know 2 or 3 weeks in advance that it's coming.
So birthday's coming. So is there an expectation of like gifts or just
no? He just wants to make sure that everyone
you just
understands.
know it's his birthday.
No.
Yeah.
How about you, Nick? What's the age of? All right, are you there?
I'm already there.
Okay.
I've been there for a few years, so it's just
Any gifts at all? Maybe this morning before you left.
You're going to be happy with this one. I got one of those gorilla wagons. Have you seen with the big wheels and everything?
Yes.
Yes.
So
yeah.
I have the Gorilla wheelbarrow.
Okay.
Which is, it's a 2-wheeled barrel up front. I know Dan's give me the stink eye on that. The 1-wheeled wheelbarrow is more versatile. You can tip it and go on angles and stuff. You're dumping mulch or whatever. But the Gorilla, nice ergonomic handles, 2 wheels.
Oh, that's good.
Very sturdy.
There you go.
Oh, I see.
That's
Look
good.
at
That's the dump wagon.
It's not
it's a dump wagon. It
Yeah.
hooks up to my lawnmower. It's
look,
great.
It's nothing like you could find at danthewagonman.com, but it's pretty good.
I mean, that's.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
danthewagonman.com. Nick, happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Now he's walking back.
Can I tell you why Prince's song hit more than his cover hit more than the Foo Fighters cover?
Well, that's Prince's original.
Had nothing to do with Prince, though. You know what it is? Darling Nikki was
sex fiend.
It was a risque song.
Yeah, he met her in a hotel lobby. She was doing
something with a magazine.
That's
Doing something with it. But that didn't age well. Okay, big deal. It was risque in the 80s, but now that's all? That's no big deal. So that song was not a hit in Europe. Like Europe they're a little more sexually free than we are in the States. So to do a cover of Darling Nikki is not going to resonate in the 2000s, whereas Best of You is an ageless song.
Okay,
that's why. It's just he picked a better. They picked the wrong song.
It's an interesting theory. But I would also say, if you're going to cover a Prince song and you wanted it to be a hit, subject matter aside, that's a little quirky to think it's going to be a hit song.
Yeah, they should have done Erotic City or something like that.
Yeah.
Could never take the place of your man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good, too.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good, too.
Yeah.
I've always thought that was underrated.
That whole album is fantastic. Sign of the Times.
Yeah. Is there a concert movie that goes along with that?
Yes.
Have we had this discussion?
Yes.
Yeah. It's heralded, but I don't think I've ever sat through and watched the entire thing.
How could you not?
Well, because I watched Purple Rain, and have you tried to watch that recently?
It didn't translate.
Did not hold up. No.
Translate.
No, it's not good. Not good at all.
And I know they're two totally different things. One's a narrative, the other is a concert film. But
oof, did not hold up.
He just had to do it. I mean, at that time, he was, like I got a great album.
Oh, at the time,
opportunities to do movies. Yeah, I got to do this.
It was great. Matthew Patterson here in email. Check out Apocalypse Hoboken's cover of Darling Nikki. It's on the MicroStars album. Good rocking cover.
All right, I'll check that out.
There you go.
Somebody asked us about our Olympic coverage. We do have one more Olympic story that we'll be getting to in the stack here in a few more minutes. Here's an email. John, was your first memory of moving due to the cuckoo forcing you from the nest? That's not nice.
Come on, John. You didn't have to put up with this.
I got a question for Michael. Riz, a guy who is a huge fan. He's a Twitch guy, now a YouTube guy. He said, while you were on vacation, we got the story of why Holly calls you Wallace. What story is that? Now, you used to call me John Wallace.
Right,
but I don't know where I forget why it originated.
Because I think it was the player from Syracuse.
It was.
Yeah,
but that's all it is?
That's all it is.
Oh,
yeah.
he made it seem like there was a lot more to it.
No, it was like, it was a...
Okay.
And I think I may have said it by accident one time. I was trying to say, now we're going to go to John Wallach.
Yes.
And I was saying, John Wallace.
Okay.
And
Fair enough. And Riz also said, when did you go through the Tom Brady wash? You used to have dreads and a beard. Now you have spiffed yourself up and look much better.
No, it wasn't a spiff up. Come on, man.
That's what he said.
That wasn't a spiff up. It was, I had him for 7 years. 7 years.
You had dreadlocks for 7 years?
7 years.
boy.
And so it was like, you know what? I think it's time. I had a love-hate relationship with them for like out of those 7
For the last 6?
For like 2. For 2. I'll tell you, I made a huge mistake because I thought, okay, at one point, because I didn't think it through. So my favorite stage was when they were growing and they were just kind of sticking up in the air. That was like my favorite stage. And they kind of came down. I was like, all right. I was like, man, these are longer than I ever thought they'd be. Right. I'm just going to trim them. So I trimmed them, and they came back even longer. I said, oh, man, what am I going to do? So, one day I was like, it's time. So I cut them.
I hadn't seen a picture.
When I found out I was bald. That's when I found out.
Well, I hadn't.
The day I cut them.
I hadn't seen any image of it in so long, and then watching the Dynasty.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Because you're in the Dynasty so much as you appear now, but then there's footage of you like standing in the background, like whoa.
Well, with the dreads and the and the secondhand leather jacket. Did you see the leather jacket?
Yeah,
too?
this is Belichick's walking off the stage like, oh my gosh.
Is that? Oh, that was not a Wilson's leather and suede purchase.
No,
that was vintage.
That was. I know.
Did you head over to Boomerangs for that one?
No. I got that on a trip to New York. But here's the funny thing.
Off the street?
Here's the funny. Not off the street.
I just want you to know that didn't get by me. I enjoyed that thoroughly. That was really good.
I got you. No, I know they played with the timeline a little bit on that B-roll, so it wasn't the time they said it was. Because I remember, I was like, no. I bought that jacket after they say that happened. So this is, I didn't have that jacket then.
Wow.
So they had the B-roll. They wanted to show that B-roll, but it wasn't from 2000 or 2001. It was more like 2002 or 3.
One more question, email. Does John remember that time from your childhood, or do you have the hat from said memory? No hat, no memory. Sorry, John, no hat. John is.
That's correct.
What are you sporting today?
I think this is Fresno State.
Okay.
This is no memory attached to this one.
What?
Yep.
What's the point?
Just a Fresno State hat?
Well, usually when I go to the Jersey Shore with my family, there's a hat store there, and I just stop by, get a hat.
Any hat, doesn't matter.
No, I have to like the hat. I didn't go in there blindfolded and take it off the shelf.
That's a Fresno State logo.
So what's your affection for Fresno State?
I have no affection for Fresno State.
So you do just pick
like
any hat.
I do. Well, I look at the hats. I don't like the way this one looks. I like the way that one looks.
Give me the flattest, dullest, unstructured dad hat you've got.
This isn't flat brim. This is curved.
No, it's unstructured. It just lays on top of your head like a wet washcloth.
That's not true.
Oh, come on.
That's not true at all.
Super curved bill. It does.
See how mean he can be sometimes? It's unsolicited, too. There was no reason
I just
for
can't
that.
believe you bought that hat because you thought it just for how
it comes out of nowhere.
Seriously,
I'm sitting here, and it comes out of nowhere. This is an average.
Why is this the trigger?
I don't know. It happens every
because
day.
I did not.
And none of us know what's going to set him
the
off.
The Fresno State hat.
If someone gave you that hat, or you had some connection to Fresno State, I would understand it. But you went into a hat store and said, "You know what? I don't even care. That's the best looking hat you've got in here. I'll take it."
Yeah,
maybe it was
essentially right.
Hardy, maybe it was the best price. Maybe
I did get it. I did get it discounted.
Off.
I did get it discounted.
Did you talk him down?
No, it had the red sticker on it.
Oh, okay, all right.
$17.99.
It's like my Uncle Terry would go in there and he would go to Target and get discounts on stuff. He just had no shame. You'd never pay for it. Retail's for suckers.
Just go
That's
for that.
where I learned that phrase.
Look for the clearance. Look for the special tag.
It didn't matter
or
what
barter.
he was buying. He would not pay full.
Have you ever done that in a store? Like where the price is already set, you go in and barter for the price?
It's been a long time. I
Can we do better with this price?
I feel more.
Can we do better?
Can we do better than this?
That doesn't work at all. No, that doesn't work.
The stack will be happening next here on Toucher and Hardy. Wallach with the headlines. Here we go.
Sports Hub headlines.
It's Toucher and Hardy. This hour of Toucher and Hardy brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. And the stack is brought to you by Best Ford in Nashua. Looking for a great deal on a new Ford? Go to the best first. Best Ford in Nashua. Head to thebestfordinc.com.
I was here for that conversation yesterday.
Do you want to say that all the way through this time?
Dan, you deserve every bit of this, what's about to come your way.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll give it right back to you.
The copy reads, head to, now in all caps, the best Ford, not all caps, and now in all caps, INK.com.
Because they were hoping for the pronunciation. That would be easier. If it had just said INC, would you say the best Ford INC.com?
No.
How about?
Okay.
It's a professional broadcaster.
I deal with Fred, Michael.
Okay.
Look at the guy who was here yesterday who looked at me and went, huh?
Well, this is confusing.
Okay. Ron Burgundy, let's go.
I would here's what I would prefer, and I have learned.
I don't care what you prefer.
I have learned that over the last 6 months.
I like that.
Makes no difference what I want
I'm in the middle
on
of
this
a
show.
family fight here.
This is a day at the office.
Let's
That's what
go.
this is.
This has
Let's
become painfully
go.
obvious to me over the last 6 months. It makes no difference what I want. But what I would want is just thebestfordinc.com. Write it out like a human boy, okay? And let me read it like a website.
I didn't write the copy. So they want
Who
the
wrote
emphasis.
Who wrote the copy with the K?
The salesperson. The salesperson.
The salesperson chose the K.
Names.
No, they asked me if I went for different. I asked for clarification. I said, should I put I-N-C for INC.com, or should it be like it's pronounced, Inc? And he said, like it's pronounced.
So now we're doing phonetics in the copy.
Because they want the to be emphasized. Go to the best Ford Inc.
For your protection, Hardy. For your protection, so you can just.
Yeah, Mike.
So you don't have to think. You just go there and just execute it. Just read Inc. and it's all good. But I'll tell you who's happiest with this: the sponsor, because they get more bang for the buck.
No, thebestfordinc.com. Thebestfordinc.com. That's how. With the proper capitalization.
I told you originally, there's 5 seconds of copy there. There were 4 mistakes in it.
You know how hard that is to do?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Pedro?
That's also
bingo.
It's Pedro. Okay.
We named names.
I would have guessed Moscatel, but it's Pedro.
Yeah. He still works here.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
I think I saw him last week when everyone was here, and then.
No, you didn't.
Oh yeah,
He was here?
He was in one of those offices.
No, he wasn't.
He takes one of those offices when he's here.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know.
All right.
Wallach, what happened in this Morocco-Argentina game? We were watching it in the post-show meeting yesterday.
Post-show meeting yesterday, we're watching, and Argentina losing was stunning to all of us. So when we left here, Michael, yesterday, Morocco was leading Argentina 2-0.
2-0.
Okay, Argentina came back, made it 2-1, and then in the 16th minute of extra time.
In goes the tackle, no foul given. Oh, off the bar! And then they head it off the bar again, and they're put in! Absolutely unbelievable! Christian Medina in this seemingly never-ending game in the last seconds to snatch a draw for Argentina.
Okay, so I don't know how they got to 16 minutes of extra time in the second half, which is, I've never heard of that, but they did. They got to 16 minutes
Well, wait a second.
of extra time in the second half.
Yeah, because it wasn't tied. So this wasn't overtime. This was injury time.
This was 16 minutes of injury time, and in the 16th minute, Argentina scored to tie it at 2. But the story doesn't end there, because after Argentina scored, the fans stormed the field.
I mean, it's absolute bedlam.
This is Argentina's Christian Medina seemingly scoring a stoppage time goal in the 16th minute of stoppage time, by the way, for a 2-2 draw. A huge celebration erupted with the Argentinians, Morocco trying to get the upset. But now, the end of the game, there was chaos that ensued. Bottles were thrown onto the field, and It was announced that the session had been suspended, and
Okay.
Well, a big shout out to Catherine Tappan there.
Nice.
That's one.
Well done.
And the other thing is they had to not only clear the field, they had to clear the stadium.
Wow.
They got rid of everybody.
Had to clear the stadium.
And they stopped the game. It took 2 hours to clear everybody out of there. Then they resumed the game by replaying the goal, which they overturned.
They went to VAR.
They overturned the goal. So Morocco, then they played the final. They played even more. They played 3 more minutes. In the end, 4.5 hours after they started, Morocco got a 2-1 run.
players and fans to make their way to the nearest exit. Players were very confused by this, thinking the game was over with. However, this player from Morocco arguing his case for offsides. More on that in a second.
Yep. And,
Wow.
And they ruled it offside and
Overturned the goal, but they did it. They finished the game in front of an empty stadium. Morocco wins 2-1.
Now, imagine if they had overturned the goal. They would have had a riot the other way because
Yes.
it's Morocco fans who were upset about this.
I had a feeling that's
Yeah.
why they cleared the stadium.
Yeah, hey, let me get you out of here. No. It'll make sense. It'll make sense in about 2 hours. Let's get you out of here
But
first.
it took them 2 hours to get everyone out of
Get you
there.
out. Hey, soccer, it's been a moment for soccer fans. How about the people at Hard Rock? We just had the Hard Rock thing where people were going through vents.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
To get into that at the Copa America.
Yep.
And now,
By the way, that venue is going to host a World Cup.
Yeah.
The third place game.
I think-
yeah.
they
I
might
think
close
we're
up
ready.
those vents.
I think we're ready, don't you?
Oh, perfect.
2 years. Got 2 years to get ready for
You
it.
gonna catch some World Cup action? in the state of July?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Who are you gonna see?
I don't care.
Doesn't matter.
I need to one here, and I'd love to get to the finals. Going to be in New York, right? Has to be in New York, right?
I think so. I think so. Yeah.
So
Is it MetLife?
it doesn't matter.
Has to be.
Like World Cup final in your country, gotta go. Gotta go.
Dan, I don't know. I'm asking. I thought it was in New York.
I thought it was SoFi in LA.
Oh, okay, SoFi. All right, I'm there. Wherever.
It says here 2026 World Cup final at MetLife, July 19th, 2026.
All right, so New York. So Dan's trying to get me to LA. I'm going to New York.
There you go.
Get me another leather jacket, Hardy, not from Boomerangs. I heard that.
So, Hardy, you're off tomorrow? You get a 3-day vacation, 3-day weekend?
So to speak, yeah. I mean, Sports Hub Golf Club will still be on Sunday
thank
morning.
God. I was worried.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
There are the other things that I'll be doing, but I will be off tomorrow. So it will be you, Michael Holly, Ryan Johnston.
We got Bert Breer on for an hour. We got Jared Carabas to talk Red Sox. We're going to get a check-in from training camp in the morning. We're set to go.
All right.
Love it.
Great seeing you, Michael. Thank
Good
you.
seeing you, man.
All right. Have a good one tomorrow, boys. Zolak and Bertrand coming up next.